Hello and welcome back to ROADTRIpVIA, the road trip ready trivia quiz that is made to be played in the car. Today we have the long haul number 12. These long haul trivia quizzes are a month's worth of trivia all crammed into one quiz. I've taken out the intros, I've taken out the outros. All you have is 6 hours of trivia questions. There are a ton here. Good luck. Question number 1. Professional football coach Ron Rivera played and coached for several NFL teams to include the Chicago Bears, Philadelphia Eagles, San Diego Chargers, Carolina Panthers, and the Washington Commanders. What university did he attend before all of that? What university did Ron Rivera go to? The answer is UC Berkeley, or the University of California at Berkeley. Question number 2. Al Davis was an American football coach and former owner of the Oakland Raiders, who are now the Las Vegas Raiders. What is the name of the popular Raider player who was the last player to leave the team that played while Al Davis was either a coach, owner, or executive? Looking for that last holdover from the Al Davis era. He also happens to be the highest scoring Raider in Raider history, Sebastian Janikowski, the kicker. Question number 3. The Beach Boys are an American rock band that was formed in Hawthorne, California in 1961. The group's original lineup consisted of brothers Brian, Dennis, and Carl Wilson, their cousin Mike Love, and their friend Al Jardine. What was their first number 1 single released in 1964? The one that really kicked it off for the Beach Boys was I Get Around. Question number 4. Most professional sports have an institution or a Hall of Fame where players, coaches, and others are selected for their achievements and contributions to the sport and are officially inducted into their Hall of Fame. In which city is the American Football Hall of Fame? I believe baseball is in Cooperstown and football is in Canton, Ohio. Question number 5. Rottweilers, also known affectionately as Rotties, are one of the most popular dogs in the United States. They are well known to be powerful, protective, and loyal, famous for their instinct for guarding. The breed is believed to be descendants of herding dogs from what ancient civilization? The answer is the Romans. Question number 6. Even though the bagpipes have historical roots all over the world, they have become associated with Scotland. But despite being an inherently Scottish instrument, Scotland isn't even the country with the most pipers. Which country has the most bagpipe players and the most bagpipe bands in the whole world? I did not know this. I learned something new. New Zealand is more popular for bagpipers than Scotland. Question number 7. Although almonds are not native to this state, its climate and water infrastructure has created favorable conditions for commercial cultivation of the crop. Which U.S. state produces 80% of the world's almonds and 100% of the United States' commercial supply? That state is California. Question number 8. During the English Civil War, followers of the king were known as royalists, or cavaliers, meaning gallant gentlemen. Also known as the parliamentarians, what nickname was given to those who fought against the king and his supporters? In the English Civil War, There were Cavaliers and Roundheads, who kept their hair short unlike the aristocrats. Question number 9. Fireflies, also known as lightning bugs, are actually beetles. Most fireflies are winged, and that's different from other light-producing insects of the same family called glowworms. Fireflies mostly use their light to communicate and find a mate. Fireflies glow in 3 colors, yellow, green, and what other? It's hard to say fireflies so many times in a row. The other color is orange. Question number 10. The Highwaymen were an American country music supergroup composed of 4 of the country music's biggest artists, who, between 1985 and 1995, pioneered the outlaw country subgenre, recording 3 major albums. They were Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, and who was the 4th? Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, and Chris Christopherson. Question number 11. In J.K. Rowling's first Harry Potter book, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry is greeted on his birthday by Rubeus Hagrid. What date is Harry Potter's birthday, which is also J.K. Rowling's birthday? Month and date. You don't need the year. But if you want the year, Harry's was 1980, J.K.'s was 1965. The date was July 31st. Question number 12. Disneyland's famous Club 33 is located above the Pirates of the Caribbean attraction and next to Walt Disney's former apartment. The club is a private club open only to members that offer special dining, beverage, and entertainment options. What is its equivalent in Disney's California Adventure? Disneyland has Club 33 and Disney's California Adventure is Club 1901. Question number 13. Many world leaders use body doubles to thwart would-be assassins. However, starting in the 1980s, Queen Elizabeth II used a body double to step in for her over 50 times for rehearsals of special events such as the opening of a hospital or the receiving of foreign dignitaries. What was the name of this rehearsal queen? Her name was Ella Slack. Question 14. Les Miserables is a French historical novel by Victor Hugo, first published in 1862, that is considered one of the greatest novels of the 19th century. In the novel, what is the name of the young boy who dies at the barricade while collecting bullets from a dead guardsman? Pardon me if I pronounce this incorrectly, but I believe it's Gavroche. Question 15. Fiddler on the Roof is a musical and a book by Joseph Stein set in the Pale of Settlement of Imperial Russia in or around 1905. The story is about a milkman named Tevi and his 7 daughters. In the musical, and while in a tavern, Tevi pledges his oldest daughter, Zitel, to marry who? I think you guys sending in quizzes just like for me to mispronounce stuff. The answer is Lazar Wolf. I think that's how you say it. Question number 16. J.R.R. Tolkien's books, The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, are the tales and adventures of Frodo Baggins and his fellowship traveling through Middle-earth. In the books, which Tolkien family member drew the artwork for the maps of Middle-earth's lush hillsides and foreboding dragon lairs? You could tell me his name or the relationship to J.R.R. Tolkien. His name is Christopher Tolkien. He was J.R.R.'s son. Question number 17. In the Sandra Bullock movie The Blind Side, the tutor Miss Sue attempts to sway Michael Orr to attend Ole Miss University. describing the university that he wants to attend to as having dead people buried under the football field. What university was she referring to? She was referring to the University of Tennessee. Question number 18. Both Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi were pillars in achieving the goals of reform through non-violent resistance for India's independence and dismantling the legacy of apartheid respectfully. What was their shared profession? Both Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi were lawyers. Question number 19. The NFL Combine is a week-long showcase of speed, strength, and agility among other tests of college football players. They occur in front of NFL coaches, managers, and scouts to be evaluated for the draft. What is the weight used for the maximum number of repetitions for the bench press test? There's a specific weight that's always used. They put that weight on there. They see how many times you can bench press it. The answer is 225 pounds. And question 20. The Beatles were an English rock band from Liverpool who recorded hundreds of songs during their career. The group's main catalog, songs released between 1962 and 70, consists of 213 songs. Of the 4 main members of the band, which 2 band members were still alive in 2023? The answer is Ringo Starr and Paul McCartney. Question number 1. In 1973, The Godfather won the Best Picture Oscar. In 1975, its sequel, The Godfather Part 2, followed up with a win of its own. What is the name of the movie that won the Oscar for Best Picture in between the 2 Godfathers in 1974, starring Robert Redford and Paul Newman as charismatic conmen? That movie was called The Sting. Question number 2. Originally launched in 1994, the longest continuous domestic flight spans over 5,800 miles and takes 11 hours and 40 minutes. If you get a window seat, you will see your plane cross over the Mediterranean Sea and the Indian Ocean. To which country does this flight belong? I'll give you a hint. The flight is from one of their mainland airports to one of their territories a long ways away. The answer is France. Question number 3. In espionage, spies use a variety of methods to gain the confidence of enemy intelligence agents. One nefarious method involves using one agent, usually a female, to entice another agent, usually a male, into a romantic relationship to gain information. What is this method called? That old trick is known as the honeypot, or a honey trap. Question number 4. Originally written in Scottish by Robert Burns and based on an even earlier Scottish folk song, this tune is played at graduations, funerals, and most popularly at New Year's Eve. What is this song that loosely translates to long, long ago? This New Year's Eve tune is Auld Lang Syne. Question number 5. This character is a mainstay in Mario games, but it also stars in games of their own where they run a minigame creating company. What is the name of this yellow and purple clad brute, whose name is partly derived from the Japanese word for bad? It's not Mario, it's Wario. Question number 6. The winners of 4 straight AFC championships, but the loser of each of those Super Bowls, the Buffalo Bills are the only NFL team whose stadium is physically located inside the state of New York. What is the intimidating nickname of their dedicated fan base that first became popular in 2011? I'm actually wearing a Buffalo Bills hoodie right now. It's the Bills Mafia. They're playing right now too. They're playing New England right now. Question number 7. Stores may provide a variety of offers or discounts to lure shoppers in to buy their products. They may offer half-off prices or payment plans to incentivize the shoppers. What is the acronym used to describe the deal where if you purchase one of a product, you get another at no cost? I feel like Kohl's is always having a BOGO sale. Buy one, get one free. BOGO is the answer. Question number 8. This game was released in 2017 by Epic Games and became an overnight sensation. What is this Battle Royale style game that is a homonym for 14 days and that is free to play but has in-game purchases that have generated Epic Games over $9 billion in revenue? This super popular game is called Fortnite. Question number 9. This popular candy flavor is named for a fruit that does not exist. In fact, it is typically a combination of banana, cherry, and pineapple. What is this distinctively colored candy flavor that often shows up in candies, slushies, and sodas? So we know it's a color of a fruit that doesn't exist. The answer is the blue raspberry. Question 10. Edward Teach was known to put small candles and lit fuses into his beard before battle, creating a smoky and demonic look that struck fear into his enemies' hearts and earned him the nickname Captain Blackbeard. What was the royal name of this pirate's flagship vessel? What was the name of Blackbeard's ship? Captain Blackbeard sailed the Queen Anne's Revenge. Question 11. One of the most prolific American writers, this author allows any aspiring filmmakers or theater companies to use his works for the price of $1 as part of his Dollar Baby program. Who is this Maine-based author who wrote The Shining and Carrie? The answer is Stephen King. Question number 12. In 1970, robotics professor Masahiro Mori noticed that when a non-human object exhibited near-human characteristics, it would sometimes cause a visceral negative emotional response. What geographical name did Mori give this eerie phenomenon? It doesn't sound like a word that is even related, but if you've heard it before, you know the answer is the uncanny valley. Question number 13. Often compared to each other as the 2 best basketball players of all times, LeBron James holds the NBA record for the most total points scored. What other player, who has his famous shoe deal documented in the movie Air, holds the record for the highest NBA points per game at 30.1? That movie Air, very good. Watch it if you haven't. The answer is Michael Jordan. Air Jordan, of course. Question 14. This reddish spice is derived from the covering of nutmeg seeds. It has a slightly more delicate flavor than nutmeg and is used to flavor meat and fish dishes. What is this spice that shares its name with a medieval bludgeoning weapon? It can mean a tasty spice or a bludgeoning weapon. The answer is mace. Question 15. The landlocked West African country of Burkina Faso boasts an estimated population of 20 million people. Its largest city and its capital is the only African capital to start with the letter O. What is this fun to say capital of Burkina Faso? The answer is Ouagadougou. Question 16. This actor tragically died from lung cancer in 1978 and only appeared in 5 movies, with all 5 being nominated for the Best Picture Oscar. The last film, The Deer Hunter, would actually win the award. Who was this actor featured across from Al Pacino in the first 2 Godfather films? His name was John Cazale. Question number 17. In the 1700s, this word became popular to differentiate private domiciles from ones that were open for all to drink alcohol at. What is this term that is often shortened to describe a tavern or bar that serves draft beer to the masses? So if you weren't going over to somebody's private residence to drink, then you were going over to a public house, or a pub for short. Public house is the answer. Question number 18. Steve Irwin and Charles Darwin had one unlikely thing in common. They shared the same pet, named Harriet. Charles allegedly obtained this animal in the Galapagos, and it would die under the care of Steve at his zoo in 2006. What kind of animal was Harriet? He died of old age. He was a tortoise. Tortoise is the answer. Question number 19. James Logan Howlett is a mutant with the ability to heal from grievous injury and to extend 3 sharp claws from each hand. Though his ferocity earned him the nickname Wolverine, what stereotypically conflict-avoidant country is this popular member of the X-Men from? Logan, who is the Wolverine, is very aggressive, even though he is from Canada. Canada is the answer. And question 20. You may know this Latin phrase from the similar, "You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours." What is this Latin phrase that means to receive an advantage or a favor in return for something else? The Latin phrase that we're looking for is quid pro quo. Question number 1. World War II began in Europe on August 23, 1939, when the then Soviet Union and Nazi Germany signed a pact that created a partnership between them. What was the main reason the Soviets gave for switching sides and entering into an alliance with the United States in 1941? Germany broke the pact and invaded the Soviet Union. Question number 2. Germany is a federation of constituent states, which are collectively referred to as Länder, each with its own constitution. Since the country's reunification in 1990, the Federal Republic of Germany has how many federal states? The answer is 16. Question number 3. This archipelago is mostly known for its historic sites related to a succession of rulers, including Romans, Moors, the Knights of St. John, the French, and many others. Once a part of France and Spain, this republic gained its independence in 1964. What is this European country in the Mediterranean Sea? The answer is Malta. Question number 4. Hill Street Blues was an American TV show airing in the 1980s on NBC. It was a gritty portrayal of a real-life look at police in a large city, shown from the perspective of everyone from the criminal to the judge. What was the name of the one-season show that was a spin-off of Hill Street Blues? That show was called Beverly Hills Bunts. Question number 5. The lead character of the spinoff was one of the detectives from Hill Street with quite a colorful career. One of his antics involved releasing a robotic alligator into a sewer line being searched by police. Who was the actor who starred as Norman, the Beverly Hills Bunts? The answer is Dennis Franz. Question number 6. Many actors from Hill Street Blues were graduates of a very prestigious university in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There were a lot of fine actors produced there, like Jack Klugman, Ted Danson, and Mariette Hartley, to name a few. What is the name of this university? The answer is Carnegie Mellon. Question number 7. After attempting a career in politics, he found success as a writer, selling over 75 million books. As a veteran, he also wrote screenplays like Bridges at Toko-Ri and Sayonara. His book Centennial became a hit 12-part miniseries, and his Hawaii was adapted to film. Who was this American author? The answer is James Michener. Question number 8. His first roles in the 1960s were on British TV and movies. He was featured alongside Christopher Lee in horror films such as Castles of the Living Dead and Dr. Terror's House of Horror. He went on to feature films like The Dirty Dozen and MASH. Who is this patriarch of a popular acting family? The answer, Donald Sutherland. Question number 9. MASH was made into a TV show in 1972 and had an ensemble cast. There was the company clerk Radar, there was Klinger wearing a dress, and even ferret-faced Frank Burns. One of the beloved characters was Colonel Henry Blake, who was killed in the show when his plane was shot down over what sea? The answer is the Sea of Japan. Question number 10. For young women in the US, a Sweet 16 is usually a big birthday party and is often celebrated with a dance, gift exchanges, the shoe ceremony, or the lighting of 16 candles. A quinceañera is a Latin celebration much like the Sweet 16 with one big difference. What is it? The Sweet 16 is for your 16th birthday, but a quinceañera is for your 15th birthday. Question number 11. Set in northern Italy in the early 20th century, this film follows two childhood friends that, despite their class differences, forged a relationship and grew up as close companions only to drift apart as adults. 1900 was a 5-hour-long movie released in November of 1977. Can you name the director? That movie was directed by Bernardo Bertolucci. Question number 12. 1900, the movie starred Robert De Niro and showed the lives of people in a country liberated from fascism in 1945. What popular film critic said of the film, "It doesn't seem to go anywhere. It's an epic only by virtue of its length." Harsh. I mean, how many popular film critics are there? I don't know, but the answer is Roger Ebert from Siskel and Ebert, if you remember those guys. Question number 13. Delilah's betrayal of Samson is well known. He was raised as a Nazarite but did not adhere to their principles. He was known for his great physical strength and great moral weakness. What group of people paid Delilah 1,100 silver coins to betray her husband, causing him to lose his strength? Delilah was paid 1,100 silver coins by the Philistines. Question number 14. The mouth of this South American river was discovered by Christopher Columbus in 1498. There is a crocodile named after the river that can eat a shark, and it's one of the rarest crocodiles in the world. The name of what river translates to a place to paddle? Well, it doesn't sound like a very friendly place to paddle, but Rick, who wrote this quiz, has actually been swimming in the Orinoco River. The answer is the Orinoco River. Question number 15. One of Rick's favorite board games was a game that simulates a person's travels from early adulthood to retirement, with college, if necessary, jobs, marriage, and possible children along the way. Spin the wheel and drive your car around the game board of which popular board game? That would be The Game of Life, or just Life. Question number 16. In 1992, there was a proposal made to the standardization of geographical names by the Republic of Korea and the DRK to rename the Sea of Japan. What was the name they were seeking to change it to that was already used locally by both of these two countries due to previous strife with the country of Japan? They would like the name changed to the East Sea. Question number 17. The Sea of Japan contains more than 900 species of crustaceans, about 1,000 species of fish, and 26 of mammals. As a fishery, there have been many territorial clashes between the four countries it is bounded by: the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the Republic of Korea, Japan, and what's the fourth? The DRK, the Republic of Korea, Japan, and Russia. Russia is the fourth one. Question number 18. We know that the 18th president of the USA is Ulysses S. Grant, but at birth, he was given a different first name in honor of his father's father-in-law. Ulysses was always his middle name, but what was Grant's actual first name? At birth, he was given the name Hiram Ulysses Grant. Hiram was his first name. Question number 19. Edgar Allan Poe was a resident and is still buried in the downtown area with many other places dedicated to the writer. If you go out to eat, I suggest the crab cakes. They are a specialty in which U.S. city where there is a legal graffiti spot, one of the few legal places in the U.S. where you can leave your mark. That would be the city of Baltimore, Maryland. That's where Edgar Allan Poe is from. And question 20. If you have one match and you find yourself in a blackout, what do you light first? The large gas stove that would provide heat and the ability to cook, the full kerosene lamp in the corner that would provide ample light, or the wood-burning fireplace that would provide heat and light? There is one correct answer. What is it? What makes the most sense? If you had one match and you had to light one thing, you would light the match first. Question number 1. What is the name of the European capital city on the River Liffey that has a statue dedicated to the folk song figure Molly Malone, as well as a memorial to the victims of an 1840s potato famine? So we're looking for the name of the European capital city. The answer is Dublin. Question number 2. This quarterback played on the first team in NFL history to score 50 points in a loss when his team lost 51-54 to the Rams. Who was this player that was named the 2018 NFL MVP and the 2019 Super Bowl MVP after leading his team to defeat the San Francisco 49ers in Super Bowl 54? The answer is Patrick Mahomes. Question number 3. The area between two of these structures was known as No Man's Land because it was completely deserted and filled with mud. A stalemate occurred in the Western Front of World War I because of a style of warfare named for what structures? No Man's Land was the dangerous area located between two trenches. It was trench warfare. Question number 4. This film's protagonist, who idolizes Auguste Gusteau, teams up with Linguini and is inspired by the motto, "Anyone can cook." What is the title of this Pixar animated film about a rodent who becomes a chef? The rodent who becomes a chef is Ratatouille. Ratatouille is the answer. Question number 5. This city is the capital of Hubei province. A UN investigation found that the novel coronavirus that caused COVID-19 pandemic originated in what central Chinese city, possibly from a wet market? This central Chinese city we're looking for is Wuhan. Question number 6. According to one theory, King Tut's premature death may have been caused by an accident involving one of these vehicles. In ancient Rome, spectators could watch what vehicles at the Circus Maximus? There were not too many types of vehicles in ancient Rome and ancient Egypt. The vehicle we're looking for is a chariot. Chariots is the answer. Question number 7. On a 1961 album, John Coltrane recorded a modal jazz version of My Favorite Things, a song from what Rodgers and Hammerstein musical about the Von Trapp family? So John Coltrane recorded a jazz version of My Favorite Things, which is a popular song from what Rodgers and Hammerstein musical? The Von Trapps were from The Sound of Music. Question number 8. New Haven, Connecticut is known for a distinctive variety of this food, including one type made with white clams, while the St. Louis style of what food is noted for its use of Provel cheese? The answer is pizza. How about some white clams on your pizza? Question number 9. This leader and his mistress, Claretta Petacci, were allegedly hung on meat hooks. What is the name of this former socialist and fascist world leader who was nicknamed Il Duce and was supported by the paramilitary black shirts? Il Duce was another name for Benito Mussolini. Question number 10. Lebanon lies on the east bank of this large sea that divides northern Africa from southern Europe. Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, and Cyprus are all large islands in what sea, which is connected to the Atlantic Ocean by the Straits of Gibraltar? So, Lebanon lies on the east bank of what sea? It contains Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica. The answer is the Mediterranean Sea. Question number 11. This board game maintains its own dictionary, which lists all the words which may be played in it. Players in which board game take turns playing tiles on a 15 by 15 board to form words, scoring more points for using rarer letters like the Q and the Z. The answer is Scrabble. Question number 12. Christopher Columbus sailed on behalf of these two Catholic monarchs whose marriage to each other unified Spain through joining their respective kingdoms, Castile and Aragon. What were the names of this king and queen? The answer is King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. Question number 13. In addition to writing many of the Psalms, this man committed adultery with Bathsheba, producing his son Solomon, who would succeed him. A six-pointed star named for this man is often used as a symbol of Judaism. What is the name of this king of Israel? The answer is David. Question number 14. Their primary competitor is Airbus, and their other planes include the double-decker 747. What is the name of the American aircraft manufacturer founded in Seattle that produces the 737 MAX? The answer is Boeing. Boeing is the answer. Question number 15. This American musical artist sang, "And how you suffered for your sanity, and how you tried to set them free," in Vincent, a song addressed to Vincent van Gogh. Who is this artist that is better known for singing about the day the music died in American Pie? The answer is Don McLean. Question number 16. This technique separates substances by boiling point and includes fractional, steam, and short path versions. What is this process that is also used in the manufacture of hard liquor to remove water and increase the alcohol content? The answer is distillation or distilling. Question number 17. These wars were fought between the two cadet branches of the House of Plantagenet. What was the name of this lengthy English civil war between the houses of York and Lancaster that was named for the flowers that formed each house's emblem? The war between the houses of York and Lancaster was called the Wars of the Roses. Question number 18. One character in this musical describes knobs on the doors and wall-to-wall floors as attractions of moving from Puerto Rico to New York in the song America. What musical song, I Feel Pretty, is sung by Maria, who holds her lover Tony as he dies? So we're looking for the name of the musical. It's got Maria and Tony. They move from Puerto Rico to New York in West Side Story. Question number 19. This planet is tidally locked with the sun in a 3:2 ratio, meaning that its day is twice as long as its year. What is the name of this smallest and closest planet to the sun? The answer is Mercury. And question 20. Besides poker, another popular game at casinos is this card game in which players compete against the dealer and try to avoid causing a bust. Card counting is a strategy that can eliminate the house's advantage in what card game? The answer is blackjack. Number 1. What Ghostbusters and Corvette summer actress also provides the voice for Bo Peep, one of the main characters in 1995's Toy Story? The answer is Annie Potts. Question number 2. What is the name of the English actress that played Rosie in the 2008 movie Mamma Mia and played Molly Weasley in the Harry Potter franchise? Her name is Julie Walters. Question number 3. What was the name of the former Wall Street tycoon who founded the now defunct New Jersey amusement park called Action Park that was unflatteringly nicknamed America's most dangerous park? That guy's name was Gene Mulvihill. Question number 4. An anthology containing 6 short films, all occurring in the 19th century post-Civil War America during the settling of the Old West. This popular 2018 Netflix movie is called The Ballad of what cowboy quickdraw? That is an interesting movie. It's called The Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Question number 5. Now a popular app, it's usually automatically installed on people's phones. YouTube has over 10 billion downloads. But what was the original purpose of this app? Originally, it was a dating app. Question number 6. Speaking of YouTube, the oldest video was made by one of the creators, Jawed Karim. But what was the name of the account that he uploaded it to? You'd have to be a YouTube expert to know that account was Jawed. Jawed? 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 However you pronounce it. Question number 7. In the old Tudor times, it was very tough in day-to-day life. In fact, if you didn't have the same religion as the monarch, it would be illegal. What would you be referred to if this was you? If you did not share the same religion as the monarch, you were a heretic. And now that we're on the topic, poor Tudor people were heavily disrespected. Most Tudors couldn't make a living in their current location, so they had to move around. What is the term used for these poor, mobile Tudors? The term we're looking for is a vagabond. Question number 9. You're probably familiar with popular American presidents like the ones on Mount Rushmore, Lincoln, Roosevelt, Washington, and Jefferson. But what was the name of the 20th U.S. president? Think back to elementary school, see if you can pull the name. James A. Garfield, number 20. Question number 10. YouTube is known for its long-form content, but in 2020 they recreated TikTok for themselves and called that feature Shorts. What is Instagram's version of Shorts or TikTok called? TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and Instagram Reels. Reels is the answer. Question number 11. A popular Netflix show, Stranger Things, has signed on for one last season, Season 5. What is the name of the loving cheerleader introduced in the first episode of Season 4 who dates the bully Jason? Her name is Chrissy Cunningham. Question number 12. In the song World's Smallest Violin, it was a massive hit for this band and reached 170 million views on YouTube. What is this band whose name comes from the initials of the members who are also known for The Good Part? Their names are Adam, Jack, and Ryan. The band is AJR. Question number 13. A book called The Kings of Nowhere and a fun story named The Boy Who Steals Houses that follows Sam and Avery on their journeys is written by what author? The answer is C.G. Drews. Question number 14. This common American snake is often found basking on the road or on sidewalks, and although it can appear aggressive, it happens to be completely harmless. What is the name of this striped snake? We used to play with them when I was younger, but I wouldn't touch one now. The answer is the garter snake. No reason to pick up a snake. No reason at all. Question number 15. A UK sitcom called The Young Ones was released in the early 80s. Sharing a name with his character, although it was spelled differently, what actor, who has now tragically passed away, wrote and starred in the show? His name is Rick Mayall. Question number 16. The hit show Breaking Bad first aired in 2008. With its massive popularity, it soon got a spin-off show featuring one of the popular characters. What was this Emmy Award-winning spin-off called? And it was as good as Breaking Bad. The show was called Better Call Saul. Question number 17. In some jungles, a deadly plant can lurk between the leaves. What is the name of this plant, whose odor is meant to mimic decomposition in order to attract pollinators? It's meant to smell like decomposing bodies. It's called the corpse flower, or the Titan arum. Question number 18. It wasn't the iPhone 15 or the Samsung S23. What was the name and number of the phone from Google that was voted the best budget-friendly phone of 2023? The Google phone is the Pixel. It's the Google Pixel 7. Question number 19. Situated at the southern tip of the North Island, near the center of the country, what is the capital city of New Zealand? New Zealand's capital is Wellington. And question 20. If you were traveling on vacation, what city would you be in if you found yourself standing on the world-famous Spanish Steps? The answer is not Spain, it's Rome, Italy. Rome, Italy is the answer for question 20. Question number 1. Billie Eilish became the youngest person to write and perform a James Bond theme song when she was hired to produce the title track from what 2020 movie starring Daniel Craig as James Bond? We're looking for one of the Daniel Craig James Bond movies that came out in 2020. The song in the movie was called No Time to Die. Question number 2, taking place from September 28th to October 19th in 1781, what was the name of the last major battle of the Revolutionary War, where Lord Cornwallis was defeated by George Washington and the Count de Rochambeau? We're looking for the name of the last major battle of the American Revolutionary War. That was the Battle of Yorktown. Question number 3. This object may be referred to by a Talmudic passage discussing a star which appears once in 70 years that makes the captains of ships err. What is the name of this short period comet which becomes visible from Earth once every 76 years? The answer is Halley's Comet. Question number 4. This son of Uther Pendragon was served by the wizard Merlin and the Knights of the Round Table. What is the name of this legendary English king who wielded Excalibur and pulled a sword from a stone? There are a lot of clues in that question. You should be able to get this one. Served by wizard and the Knights of the Round Table, pulled a sword from a stone. The answer is King Arthur. Question number 5. It is the only Canadian province in which the majority language is neither English nor French. What is the name of this northernmost territory of Canada, which separated from its Northwest Territories in 1993? According to Google, most of its residents speak Inuktitut. The answer is Nunavut. Question number 6. The band 21 Pilots chose their band's name after reading a play about a man who commits suicide after causing the death of 21 pilots during World War II because he knowingly sent them faulty parts for the good of his business. Who wrote the play All My Sons? The answer is Arthur Miller. Question number 7. Spartacus led a slave rebellion which rappelled down this mountain to win a battle. The ancient city of Herculaneum was located near this mountain. Pliny the Elder died during a natural disaster caused by what volcano whose eruption buried an ancient Roman city in volcanic ash, preserving it? So we're looking for the name of this mountain, which is a volcano. The answer is Mount Vesuvius. Question number 8. These types of viruses insert a copy of their genome into the DNA of their host cells by using reverse transcriptase, an enzyme which transcribes RNA into DNA. HIV is a member of what class of viruses? Now, this is a tough one, but you've probably heard of a retrovirus. Retrovirus is the answer. Question number 9. The poem, I Vow to Thee, My Country, was set to the tune of Thaxt, which was written by Gustav Holst as a part of what orchestral suite, which included Mars, the bringer of war, and Neptune, the mystic. Gustav Holst's most famous orchestral suite was called The Planets. Question number 10. The ancient Greeks referred to the Straits of Gibraltar as the pillars of this hero. What is the name of this hero whom Eurystheus tasked with performing 12 seemingly impossible labors, such as cleaning the Aegean stables? The answer is Hercules. Question 11. One of these current buildings in New York City is engraved with a motto beginning, neither rain nor snow, nor heat nor gloom of night. The first one of what type of building in America was established in a tavern in Boston in 1639? Neither rain nor snow nor heat nor gloom of night. That is the post office. That's their creed. Question number 12. The Dakotas are both crossed by this longest American river, which divides South Dakota into West River and East River regions and forms North Dakota's Lake Sakakawea. What is this river named for the state where it flows into the second longest American river? So we're looking for the name of the longest one, and that is the Missouri River. Question number 13. The line, "'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wave," opens this author's nonsense poem Jabberwocky. Through the Looking Glass is the sequel to this man's most well-known work. Who is this author of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland? The answer is Lewis Carroll. Question number 14. The opening lines of this novel contrast the age of wisdom with the age of foolishness and the spring of hope with the winter of despair. What is the title of this Charles Dickens novel in which Sidney Carton takes the place of Charles Darnay? The answer is A Tale of Two Cities. Question 15. This dynasty was succeeded by the Three Kingdoms period. Liu Bang founded this longest reigning Chinese dynasty, succeeding the Qin. What is the name of this Chinese dynasty which reigned from 202 BC to 220 AD and shares its name with the largest Chinese ethnicity? The answer is Han, the Han dynasty. Question number 16. One of these body parts belonging to Horus was a common protective symbol in ancient Egypt. In Greek mythology, Argus Panoptus was a giant who had 100 of what type of body parts? The answer is eyes, the Eye of Horus. Question number 17. Empedocles believed that the elements were controlled by two divine powers, one of which he called strife, and the other one he gave this name. The Greek words eros, philia, and agape all describe different kinds of which emotion? So Empedocles believed there were two great powers. One was strife, one was what? The answer is love. Question number 18. This man lost re-election to Clement Attlee, and he once served as the First Lord of the Admiralty. What is the name of this British Prime Minister who led the country during World War II, and in a 1940 famous speech, he said that he had nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat? This man was Winston Churchill. Question number 19. It is the home of the Pope and the headquarters of the Catholic Church. A beautiful Italian Renaissance-era dome tops the St. Peter's Basilica, the most important church in which smallest country in the world? We're looking for the name of the country. The answer is Vatican City. Question number 20. Based on a children's fairy tale by E.T.A. Hoffmann that was adapted by Alexandre Dumas that was turned into a ballet by Tchaikovsky, who leads the army that battles the Nutcracker Prince and his 10 soldiers? The answer is the Mouse King. This one's not too random. The category, I guess if there was a category, would be automobiles. So keep that in the back of your mind as you're answering these questions. Let's get going. Question number 1. Founded in 1909, this German manufacturer of high-performance automobiles made no more than 8,000 autos before production ceased in the 1950s. Named after its founder, Ettore, what is this car brand, recently revived, whose cars sell between $2 and $6 million? Ettore is his first name, Bugatti is his last name, Ettore Bugatti. Bugatti is the answer. Question number 2. The DMC was an American automobile manufacturer founded by John DeLorean in 1975. It is remembered for the one model that it produced, a stainless steel automobile featuring Gulf wing doors that was featured in what popular film trilogy when it was turned into a time machine? That film trilogy was Back to the Future. Question number 3. A dull green 1968 Ford Mustang GT driven by Steve McQueen in what 1968 movie became the most valuable Mustang ever sold when it brought in $3.7 million at a 2020 auction? The 1968 movie that we're looking for here is Bullet. Question number 4. The Japanese company Nissan has marketed autos in the United States for more than 50 years. But from the time they were introduced to the export market until about 1983, they were sold under what car name? Before the name Nissan came to the export market, they were sold under the name Datsun. Datsun is the answer. Question number 5, manufactured between 1957 and 2002, the late commentator Paul Harvey drove one of these vehicles and once bragged that his car had over 300,000 miles on it. What company made the reliable Corona? Sounds like a name that fits the rest of their cars, the Toyota Corona. Toyota is the answer. Question number 6. The Bel Air was a full-size car produced between the 1950 and 1981 model years. Now a popular appearance at car shows and classic car parades, especially the 1957 version. What company manufactured the Bel Air? The Bel Air is a Chevy. It was manufactured by Chevrolet. Question number 7. In 1956, this car company trademarked the name Torque Flight Transmission. Some of these transmissions from what company were actually push-button rather than the traditional shifter? The answer is Chrysler. Question number 8. In 1898, long before his stints at Austro-Daimler, Steyr, Mercedes, and Auto Union, Dr. Ferdinand Porsche engineered what kind of car that has recently regained popularity for Joseph Lohner and Company, who were based in Vienna, Austria? So before he made the cars that you know him for, he made what kind of car for Joseph Lohner and Company? That was known as the Lohner Porsche. It was an electric gas hybrid. Hybrid is what we're looking for. Question number 9. During World War II, the government had a mandate that all chrome bumpers and trim be discontinued due to the need of these materials elsewhere. Instead, the car manufacturers of the time utilized a dark coated plastic, and these cars were known as what type of units, as nothing would shine under lighting? They were called the blackout units. Question 10. Cars have been on American streets since the 1890s. In Springfield, Massachusetts, brothers Charles and Frank founded what company in 1893, becoming the first American gasoline-powered automobile manufacturing company? That company was the Duryea Motor Wagon Company. Question number 11. Alfred Horner Munro, a Canadian steam engineer, designed the first version in 1921 and patented it in 1923. What is this popular automobile feature that was first introduced in a mass quantity in Oldsmobile's 1940 model year and was called the clutchless Hydra-Matic? What do we call this feature now? We just call it an automatic transmission. Question number 12. Al Capone had a big ego and an equally big car. He never lost the ego, but the car, on the other hand, was sold 4 years after he bought it. There are many places where a 1928 bulletproof car from what car company would be useful, but federal prison was not one of them. Al Capone had a 1928 bulletproof Cadillac, specifically the Cadillac Town Sedan. Cadillac's all we're looking for, though. Question number 13. This may be one of the most important vehicles out of all the cars in the James Bond movies. For most of the Sean Connery era, the list of James Bond cars mostly included vehicles from what company? Specifically, the beloved, tricked-out DB5 version of Goldfinger fame. The answer is the Aston Martin. Question 14. On September 30th, 1955, movie star James Dean was killed in a Porsche 550, a car that had become a racing favorite across the globe because of its agility and power. What racing number did Dean famously have painted on his doors and the hood? That number is 130. Question 15. Based on Stephen King's 1983 novel of the same name, what movie follows the changes in the lives of Arnie Cunningham, his friends, his family, and his teenage enemies after he buys a classic red and white 1958 Plymouth Fury? Looking for the name of the movie and the novel. It's the same name. The answer is Christine. Question number 16. The use of convertibles for U.S. presidential limos ceased after the assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963. That ended the tradition of presidential convertible limos that began with the 1939 Lincoln V12 convertible that was used by which president? It ended with John F. Kennedy and it began with which president? The answer is Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Question number 17. Priced at an astronomical $7,750, only 532 Eldorados were built that year. Which one of her three husbands gifted Marilyn Monroe a 1953 Cadillac Eldorado convertible, which oozed with opulence and packed a 5.4-liter V8 that delivered 200 horsepower? Who bought it for her? The answer is Joe DiMaggio. Question number 18. Born in the heat of battle, the Go Anywhere, Do Anything 4x4 emerged as a hero to thousands of Allied soldiers around the world. The equally heroic civilian vehicles of the 1940s firmly established what brand as the undisputed leader in 4x4 technology? That would be the Jeep. Question number 19. The Secret Service forbids the Commander-in-Chief to drive. Even once his term ends, a former president almost never drives a car on an open road again. What type of car is Joe Biden famous for owning that he will most likely never be able to drive again? Joe Biden has an old Corvette, a 1967 Chevy Corvette Stingray. Question 20. In America and almost everywhere else in the world, we refer to the lid protecting the engine of the car as the hood, and the storage space in the back of a car as the trunk. What are these car parts referred to in silly places like the United Kingdom? To be fair, Ernie and Ellen didn't call the United Kingdom silly, I just added that in there. What we call the hood and the trunk, they call the bonnet and the boot. Question number 1. A bomb called the Infernal Machine was used in an unsuccessful attempt to kill this man and his wife Josephine. This man sparked the Peninsular War after trying to install his brother Joseph as the King of Spain. Who was this man whose military expedition in Egypt discovered the Rosetta Stone? The answer is Napoleon. Question number 2. The first humans to reach the summit of this peak were two Italians named Lino Lasadelli and Achille Campagnoni. What is the name of this second tallest mountain in the world that is nicknamed the Savage Mountain because it is notoriously difficult to climb? Those two names again, Lino Lasadelli and Achille Campagnoni. That would be K2 or Mount Godwin Austen. Question number 3. Owning restaurants in the UK, Singapore, France, and the US, who is the celebrity chef, the host of Hell's Kitchen and Kitchen Nightmares, who is known for his fiery temper and his expletive-laden outbursts? The answer is Gordon Ramsay. Question number 4. Their name comes from the Latin for heaped rainstorm. These clouds often exhibit a characteristic anvil shape caused by wind shear in the upper atmosphere. What is the name for these large, tall clouds which can produce extreme weather such as intense thunderstorms? These clouds are called cumulonimbus clouds. The big thunderstorms, cumulonimbus. Question number 5. A shockingly dark children's book series about these animals features a group of villains called the Pure Ones, who organize these animals according to a racial hierarchy. What are these animals which make up most of the characters in the Guardians of Ga'Hoole series? The Guardians of Ga'Hoole are primarily owls. Owls is the answer. Question number 6. This massive waterfall lies about 20 miles northwest of Buffalo and gives its name to cities in both New York and Ontario. What is the name of this largest waterfall in the U.S. by flow rate? Can't remember if there's some higher or wider, but by flow rate, the amount of water that falls over Niagara Falls is the biggest. Question number 7. The title animal of this poem is perched on a pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. Once upon a midnight dreary is the opening line by what poem by Edgar Allan Poe in which the title bird declares nevermore? Nevermore, quote the raven. The raven is the answer. Question number 8. The Talmud contains a number of tales of the wickedness and inhospitality of the city's inhabitants. God said that he would only spare this city if 10 righteous people can be found there. Along with Gomorrah, what city was eventually destroyed by fire and brimstone? Think back to your Sunday school days. That's the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Question number 9. This monarch took over the leadership of the Third Crusade from Philip II and fought against Saladin. The son of Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine was what 12th century English king nicknamed the Lionheart? For me, I wouldn't know it until any part except for the Lionheart. I know that is Richard I, Richard the Lionheart. Question number 10. These specific body parts are a common source of trouble for farm animals who live indoors. Farriers are professionals who are trained to deal with what specific body part? So we're looking for a body part on farm animals. Farriers are the professionals who deal with it. The body parts we're looking for are hooves, hoofed animals. Question number 11. In the 8th century, King Offa built a long earthwork wall on the western border of Mercia, which today roughly parallels the border between England and what other constituent country of the UK whose flag features a red dragon? Don't overthink it, but don't underthink it. It's not Scotland, it is Wales. Wales is the answer. Question number 12. Starring Will Wheaton and River Phoenix, what 1986 film was adapted from Stephen King's novella The Body and sees 4 boys in Castle Rock, Oregon, hike into the woods to find the body of a missing boy? We're looking for the title of the 1986 film. This coming-of-age classic is called Stand By Me. Question number 13. A cypress tree juts into the left side of one famous painting by this artist, which also features a swirling sky above the village of St. Remy. What is the name of this popular Dutch artist of Starry Night? The swirling sky above the village of St. Remy was painted by Vincent van Gogh. Question 14. A battle over this city was a key part in halting the advance of Germany's invasion of Russia. Georgy Zhukov planned Operation Uranus in the defense of what Soviet city as part of the deadliest battle in recent history? Operation Uranus was planned to defend Stalingrad. Stalingrad is the answer. Question number 15. This nitrogen-fixing legume is the most valuable U.S. agricultural product. A textured vegetable product made from this crop is a common meat substitute. Tofu and edamame are both made from what plant? The answer is soybeans. Question number 16. This organ's islets of Langerhans contain its endocrine cells, which secrete hormones such as glucagon. Diabetes results in reduced function of what organ which regulates blood sugar levels through the production of insulin? We're looking for the organ inside the human body which regulates blood sugar levels through the production of insulin. The answer is the pancreas. Question number 17. Steve Jobs was an initial investor of this animation company, which was eventually acquired by Disney in 2006. At the beginning of which company's films does a desk lamp squish the letter I? You can picture it in your head. That's the beginning of any Pixar movie. Question number 18. What is the name of the empire which was sometimes called the sick man of Europe during its decline, that was centered in modern-day Turkey and ruled by sultans such as Suleiman the Magnificent? located in modern-day Turkey and was ruled by Suleiman the Magnificent? The answer is the Ottoman Empire. Question number 19. The center of this object contains the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A, and this galaxy is orbited by two Magellanic Clouds. What is the name of this galaxy that is predicted to collide with Andromeda in 3 billion years? So if you've got something to do, get it done now, because in 3 billion years, it's all over, because our galaxy, the Milky Way, will be colliding with Andromeda. Milky Way is the answer. Question number 20. In the opening scene of the film Raiders of the Lost Ark, this character escapes from a temple while being chased by a giant rolling boulder. What is the name of this fedora-wearing archaeologist that was played by Harrison Ford? Bonus points if you can give me his actual name. Everybody knows they call him Indiana Jones, but his name is Dr. Henry Walton Jones Jr. Today's quiz, not really random, it is TV trivia, so keep that in mind as you're playing today. Question number 1. The opening credits of the 1960s sitcom Gilligan's Island were filmed in Hawaii. While the charter boat SS Minnow is seen in the foreground, in the background, an American flag is seen at half-mast. What real-life event caused the flag to be flown in this manner? In the background, you can see that flag flying at half-mast. That's because of the assassination of JFK. Question number 2. What popular 1960s sitcom did a 2-part episode called I Am My Brother's Keeper that revolved around Rob's shy brother Stacy coming to visit the Petries on a 2-week furlough, appearing to be outgoing in the life of the party, but apparently only while sleepwalking? I Am My Brother's Keeper was an episode from The Dick Van Dyke Show. Question number 3. What late 90s, early 2000s supernatural drama based on a not-so-successful 1992 film had a musical episode, as well as the only episode nominated for Outstanding Writing for a Drama Series, Hush, which ironically contains only about 17 minutes of dialogue in the entire 44 minutes? I don't know if the 92 film was not so successful. I loved it. The movie and the TV show is Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Question number 4. Following the success of the movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, ABC launched a series featuring outlaws Hannibal Hayes and the Kid Curry trying to go straight. Originally starring Pete Dooley and Ben Murphy, what was the name of this Western? The answer is Alias Smith and Jones. Question number 5. Killing Eve is a British spy thriller starring Sandra Oh as Eve, a British intelligence investigator who sets out to capture a psychopathic assassin played by Jodie Comer, who works for the secret organization called the 12. What is the name of this dangerous assassin? She was born Oksana Vorontsova, but you know her as Villanelle. Question number 6. In the forefront of the women's liberation movement, this half-hour situation comedy starred Marlo Thomas as the titular character, Anne Marie, an aspiring actress moving to New York to follow her dream. What was the title of this series, which was said in each opening vignette? The answer is That Girl. Question number 7. Night Court was a comedy set in the night shift of a Manhattan criminal court that was presided over by an unorthodox judge. In the first 3 of the 9 seasons, 2 of the actresses playing female bailiffs sadly lost their lives to cancer. Who were these 2 acclaimed actresses? Unless you were a big fan of that show, I'd say that was probably a tough question. The answer is Selma Diamond and Florence Hallop. Question number 8. 30 years after the original TV series debuted and aired 171 episodes, a movie franchise was released and as of 2023 now contains 7 blockbuster hits. What was the name of this 1-hour espionage drama which included Peter Graves, Peter Lupus, Martin Landau, Leonard Nimoy, and Barbara Payne? Barbara Bain, sorry. That TV show was Mission Impossible. Question number 9. 6 feature-length TV movies were made to continue the story of this beloved series family that consisted of 7 children, parents, and grandparents, all living in one house during the Great Depression and World War II. Each episode of what series ended with the phrase, "Good night, John boy"? The answer is The Waltons. Question number 10. It ran for 2 seasons and 49 episodes, beginning each episode with a narration over a visual of an oscilloscope. It began with the words, "There is nothing wrong with your television set." What 1960s anthology series was at times confused and confabulated with Rod Serling's The Twilight Zone? This similar show was called The Outer Limits. Question number 11. Get Smart follows the work of an incompetent control agent, Maxwell Smart, Agent 86, and his very competent female partner, Agent 99, as they fight the evil organization Chaos. What is the number of their fellow agent who is usually found hiding in unlikely places like mailboxes and trash cans? The answer is Agent 13. Question number 12. What 2008 TV series plot centers on a former insurance investigator who, due to a personal tragedy, creates a team of thieves taking on cases targeting the corrupt and powerful to avenge ordinary people who have no other recourse? The answer is Leverage. Question number 13. Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie live in the fictional town of Springfield in this animated series that serves as a caricature of society, Western culture, and the human condition. As of 2023, The Simpsons has been on for 35 seasons, but on what other TV show did The Simpsons get its start? It first began as a short on The Tracy Ullman Show. Question number 14. What 70s TV series does Chris Carter acknowledge as greatly influencing his work on The X-Files, as each episode follows an investigative reporter who would investigate supernatural activities and would end with the reporter speaking into his portable cassette recorder about what has transpired? That show was called Kolchak, the Night Stalker. Question 15. Many shows over the years have aired only one episode and been promptly cancelled. This British series about a German chancellor was cancelled due to controversy and it being in very bad taste. It is still discussed in incredulous terms today. What is this awful show? I have never heard of this show, but I can tell by the title it should have been canceled. The answer is Heil Honey, I'm Home. Whew. Question number 16. Premiering in 1961, this ill-fated game show lasted one actual episode, and on the following week, Jackie Gleason, the host, appeared to apologize for what he said was, without a doubt, the biggest bomb in history. The apology episode received higher ratings than the first episode. What was this game show? It was called You're in the Picture. Question number 17. What hit Netflix show follows the exploits of the titular character attending Nevermore Academy in attempts to master her emerging psychic ability, thwart a killing spree, and solve the mystery that embroiled her parents 25 years ago? There's so many Netflix shows these days, it's hard to come up with just the title for one, but this one was pretty popular. Maybe you've heard of it. The answer is Wednesday. Question number 18. This 12-season series is loosely based on the life and novels of forensic anthropologist Kathy Reichs, who is also the producer on the show. Its title character, Temperance Brennan, is named after the protagonist of Reichs' crime novel series. Starring Emily Deschanel, what is the name of this crime drama? The answer is Bones. Question number 19. Ending in 1983, this series varied in style and tone, including broad comedy and tragic drama in both plot and character development. 40 years after what TV series is ending, it is still the highest watched finale in TV history. The answer is MASH. And question 20. This reality competition television show was originally derived from the Swedish television series Expedition Robinson. Premiering on May 31st, 2000, it has launched the careers of many of its contestants and has begun its 45th season in 2023. What is the name of this show? The answer is Survivor. Question number 1. This state's official state song is the title number from a 1943 musical by Rodgers and Hammerstein named for the state. According to that song, what is the state where the wind comes sweeping down the plain? I don't know how many Rodgers and Hammerstein musicals are named after states, but if you could think of one, it's probably correct. The answer is Oklahoma. Question number 2. This man is advised by his friends Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar that his suffering is deserved because he is a sinner. In his namesake book of the Bible, God and Satan make a bet about the piety of what man, during which he is afflicted with boils and told by his wife to curse God and die. Who is this man? This is the story of Job. Question number 3. What is the title of the O. Henry short story published in 1907 in which the son of Ebenezer Dorset annoys his kidnappers so much that they pay for his father to take him back? They kidnapped him, and he was so annoying that they end up paying to get rid of him. That is the O. Henry short story called The Ransom of Red Chief. Question number 4. Soldiers called tunnel rats cleared underground bases during this conflict. Operation Rolling Thunder was a part of this conflict in which herbicides were weaponized into Agent Orange. What was this last war for which U.S. soldiers were drafted? Tunnel rats and Agent Orange give it away. The answer is the Vietnam War. Question number 5. This husband of Fiona lives in a fairy tale world with characters such as Puss in Boots. The Smash Mouth song All Star famously appeared in a film featuring what big green guy? The song All Star is famously featured in Shrek. Shrek is the name of the movie and the big green guy. Question number 6. Repeating the phrase boots and cats quickly is a simple way to do this. What name is given to this vocal art form that involves using your mouth to recreate the sounds of different percussion instruments? So, if you want to do it, just say boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats, quickly. Apparently, that makes it sound like you are beatboxing. Beatboxing is the answer. Question number 7. Their name is used in English as a generic word for someone's artistic inspiration. These goddesses were said to inspire poetry, music, and science, among the other arts. What is the name of this group of 9 goddesses from Greek mythology who included Euterpe, Terpsichore, and Thalia? Those 3 and the other 6 were called the Muses. Question number 8. The Americas were likely settled by migration over a land bridge that is now under this sea. What is the name of this sea which separates Alaska from Siberia? So, I wasn't around, I don't know for sure, but likely Americas were settled by a migration over a land bridge which is now under what sea? That is the Bering Sea. Bering Sea is the answer. Question number 9. On Mount Everest, these things are rarely removed from the mountain due to the difficulty of transporting them. One of what things, nicknamed Green Boots, serves as a navigational landmark near the summit? It is too much work to bring these things down, so if you die on Mount Everest, they leave you up there. Corpses or dead bodies is the answer. Question number 10. What is the name of the British author of novels and short stories such as The Final Problem, in which the protagonist plunges to his death off the Reichenbach Falls along with his mortal enemy, Professor Moriarty? Professor Moriarty was the mortal enemy of Sherlock Holmes. The answer is Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Question 11. This artist's song, Like a Rolling Stone, appears on his 1965 album Highway 61 Revisited. Who is this Nobel laureate whose other folk songs include Hurricane and The Times They Are A-Changin'? I believe there is a new Timothée Chalamet movie that just came out about Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan is the answer. Question number 12. Fulgurites are minerals that are produced by these events. Red sprites, blue jets, and other transient luminous events can be temporarily seen higher in the atmosphere during what kind of events? fulgurites are minerals that are produced during lightning strikes. If you said lightning storms or thunderstorms, anything like that is correct. It's lightning strikes. Question number 13. This man also suppressed the Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea. Who was this Roman emperor who was more famous for building a namesake wall to mark the northern boundary of Roman Britain? Although he suppressed the Bar Kokhba revolt, he's more famous for the Hadrian's Wall. Hadrian is the answer. Question number 14. This event was reported on by Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. Gerald Ford assumed the presidency after the orchestrator of this event resigned rather than face impeachment. What scandal caused Richard Nixon to step down as President of the United States? Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein reported on Watergate. The Watergate scandal. Question number 15. This extremely simple game can be solved through a decision tree to show that it always results in a draw with optimal play. Players in what game try to arrange 3 of their pieces in a row, a column, or a diagonal on a 3x3 board? That is an over-explanation of tic-tac-toe, or if you're in the UK, noughts and crosses. Question number 16. Many Christians have interpreted this action as a metaphor for pacifism or non-resistance. The Sermon on the Mount contains an admonition to take what action in response to being slapped in the face? So the Sermon on the Mount says if you're slapped in the face, do what? He does not say slap him back, he says turn the other cheek. Question number 17. Tunisia is the home to the ruins of this city, which was razed to the ground and its inhabitants sold into slavery after losing the Third Punic War to the Roman Empire. During the Second Punic War, what city's forces were led by Hannibal? The city we're looking for is Carthage. Carthage was led by Hannibal. Question number 18. The Enormous Room is a novel by E.E. Cummings about his imprisonment during this war. Wilfred Owen wrote poems about trench warfare and mustard gas during which war, which ended on November 11th, 1918? I've given you a lot of hints here. Mustard gas, trench warfare, November 11th, 1918, World War I is the answer. Question number 19. As punishment in Hades, Zeus condemned this man to the impossible task of rolling a boulder up a hill for eternity. What is the name of this mythical king of Corinth who twice cheated death? This man who had to roll a boulder up a hill for eternity was Sisyphus. And question 20. The tweet announcing his passing quickly became the most liked tweet in Twitter history. ABC aired the film Black Panther without commercials following the death of which lead actor of that film? They liked the tweet out of respect, not out of the content of the tweet, but out of respect for the lead actor of Black Panther, whose name is Chadwick Boseman. Question number 1. Which 1975 musical horror movie takes place after the two main characters, Brad and Janet, get a flat tire and are stranded near a castle on a stormy night. It stars Richard O'Brien, Susan Sarandon, and Tim Curry as Frankenfurter. The answer is the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Question number 2. Which French monarch who was found guilty of treason in 1793 due to his unwillingness to cede his royal power to the revolutionary government was the husband to Marie Antoinette and was executed via guillotine on January 21st, 1793? The answer is Louis XVI. Question number 3. Which 1854 novel, written by English author Elizabeth Gaskell, follows the protagonist Margaret Hale as she adapts to life in the industrial city of Milton and falls in love with self-made mill owner John Thornton, the man who her father tutors? That novel is called North and South. Question number 4. Which German Formula One driver, born in 1987, won the World Drivers' Championship 4 consecutive times in 2010, 11, 12, and 13, all under the team Red Bull, and eventually retired at the end of the 2022 season under Aston Martin? His name was Sebastian Vettel. Question number 5. Which river, after the Volga, is the second longest river in Europe at 1,771 miles and is located in Central and Eastern Europe and runs through 10 different countries, including Austria, Slovakia, Romania, Hungary, and Croatia? The answer is the Danube. Question number 6. Which American football player was born in 1989 and is an American football tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs of the National Football League and is considered to be one of the greatest tight ends in American football of all time? I think there's a little bias in this question. He's the only tight end that most people have ever heard of. The answer is Travis Kelce. Question number 7. What is the last name of the two brothers Joseph Michael and Jacques Etienne, who were notable for their invention of the hot air balloon on September 19, 1783, thus being the first aerostatic flight in history? The hot air balloon was invented by the Montgolfier brothers. Question number 8. What is the name of the third and final volume of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, published in 1955 following The Fellowship of the Ring and The Two Towers, which later was turned into a 2003 movie directed by Peter Jackson? The answer is The Return of the King. Question number 9. What is the name of the 1953 play by American playwright Arthur Miller that is a dramatized story of the Salem witch trials and features characters such as Reverend Hale, John Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor, and Tituba? The answer is The Crucible. Question number 10. If you were to combine two words meaning the day before something, such as a holiday like Christmas or Halloween, and to take a break from something, such as work, you would create which world-famous notable Asian landmark? Little wordplay for you. The day before something would be Eve, to take a break would be rest. You put those together, you got Everest. Mount Everest. Question number 11. What is the German word commonly used in literature referring to a novel dealing with one person's formative years that explores the manner in which the protagonist develops morally and psychologically, an example of this being the Harry Potter series? If the word you're thinking of is not a very German word, then you are incorrect. This word is called the Bildungsroman. Question 12. Which actor, a member of the famous English comedy troupe Monty Python, portrayed the protagonist King Arthur in the 1975 movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and passed away at the age of 48 in 1989? The answer is Graham Chapman. Question number 13. What is the name of the Roman goddess of wisdom, medicine, commerce, war, poetry, and the arts in general, who was the patron god of the Quinquatrian festival in ancient Rome and is the Roman counterpart to Athena? The answer is Minerva. Question 14. Which American author, born July 21st, 1899 in Illinois, is most famous for his works such as The Old Man and the Sea, For Whom the Bell Tolls, A Farewell to Arms, and The Sun Also Rises? The answer is Ernest Hemingway. Question 15. Which art movement, which is still used today, was developed in the early 1900s by Pablo Picasso and George Braque, and is defined by its revolutionary method of depicting three-dimensional reality through geometrical shapes on a two-dimensional canvas? The answer is Cubism. Question number 16. Which Spanish-born Formula One racing driver, born July 29, 1981, holds the record for the most race starts ever in the sport and is most famous for his two Formula One World Championships, one he got in 2005 and the other in 2006? Back-to-back world champion. What's his name? The answer is Fernando Alonso. Question number 17. What is the name of the high school in the 1997 horror TV show Buffy the Vampire Slayer, starring Sarah Michelle Gellar as the protagonist Buffy, Allison Hannigan as Willow, and Nicholas Brendan as Xander? We just had a Buffy the Vampire Slayer question yesterday. It must have been a more popular show than I thought it was. The answer is Sunnydale High School. Question number 18. Lines from this poet's works are commonly translated as "Should all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind," and "The best laid plans of mice and men oft go awry. Who is this Scottish poet who wrote Auld Lang Syne and To a Mouse? It's about that time of the year for Robert Burns poems. Question number 19. This biblical man earned the jealous rage of King Saul by defeating many Philistines, beginning with Goliath. What was the name of this man who later succeeded Saul as king of Israel and was the father of Solomon? The answer is David. And question 20. Which Irish rock band that was formed in Limerick in 1989 rose to international fame with their debut album, Everybody Else Is Doing It, So Why Can't We, and are well known for their hit singles such as Dreams and Zombie? The answer is The Cranberries. Question number 1. If your canine passenger gets hungry on your road trip, you could order them a pup patty from which popular fast food restaurant chain founded in Baldwin Park, California by Harry and Esther Snyder, whose signature menu item is the Double Double? We're looking for the name of the fast food restaurant chain from Baldwin Park, California. The answer is the In-N-Out Burger. Question number 2. The phrase, "Peace be upon him," is often inserted after this man's name in writing. On the Night of Power, the Archangel Jibreel appeared to this man in a cave and revealed the Quran to him. What prophet is the founder of Islam? The answer is Muhammad. Question number 3. The Urubamba River flows past this UNESCO World Heritage Site. The Temple of the Three Windows is located at this high-altitude site, which was likely constructed for Pachacuti. What is the name of this historic Incan citadel discovered by Hiram Bingham? Hiram Bingham, however you say it, he discovered Machu Picchu. Question number 4. The New York Times called this series arguably the longest story ever told by one human being. What is the name of this comic strip created by Charles Schulz that features characters such as the blanket-carrying Linus that has been adapted into a number of holiday-themed movies? The answer is Peanuts. Question number 5. A king of this name, who was later made a saint, led the 7th and 8th Crusades. The epithet Sun King was given to a king with this name who built the Palace of Versailles during his 72-year reign. The 16th and last king with what name was guillotined during the French Revolution? The answer is Louis, King Louis. Question number 6. This U.S. state is officially separated into the 3 grand divisions, which are represented by the 3 stars on its state flag. What is this state whose town of Pigeon Forge contains the Dollywood theme park? In what U.S. state is Dollywood? The answer is Tennessee. Question number 7. This U.S. president gave the longest inauguration speech in history in cold weather, and probably as a result, died of pneumonia just 31 days into his term. Who was this man that had the shortest presidential tenure in American history? The answer is William Henry Harrison. Question number 8. The Clovis tools were found along the bodies of 2 of these extinct megafauna. What were these large, furry relatives of elephants that historically lived in North America and Siberia until they were believed to be hunted to extinction by humans? These extinct megafauna that we're looking for are woolly mammoths. Question number 9. This man compared himself to a midwife because he helped others give birth to good ideas. Who was this ancient thinker who quipped that an unexamined life is not worth living, and who frequently proclaimed his ignorance with statements like, "I know that I know nothing"? The answer is Socrates. Question number 10. These plants are a symbol of war remembrance in the UK, in reference to a poem by John McCrae which described what kind of flowers blowing between the crosses row on row in Flanders. The flowers that are a symbol of war remembrance in the UK are poppies. Question number 11. In this Stephen Sondheim musical, a baker and his wife meet characters like Cinderella and Little Red Riding Hood as they try to end a curse. James Corden and Meryl Streep appeared in a 2014 Disney film adaptation of what musical? That 2014 film was called Into the Woods. Question number 12. The Buffon's needle experiment is one way to empirically estimate the value of this number. This is the number of radians in 180 degrees. The ratio between the circumference and diameter of a circle is equal to what number? The number we're looking for is pi. Question number 13. In 2014, this song was made the 4th official state song of West Virginia. What is the name of this country song by John Denver, which begins, "Almost Heaven, West Virginia," and describes how life is old there, older than the trees? The answer is "Take Me Home, Country Roads." Question number 14. Florence Nightingale rose to fame for serving as a nurse during what war that occurred from 1853 to 1856, which included fighting at the Battle of Baklava and the Siege of Sevastopol? The answer is the Crimean War. Question 15. The longest professional baseball game in history occurred in this state's city of Pawtucket. A yearly jazz festival and mansions such as the Breakers are found in this state's city of Newport, which overlooks Narragansett Bay. Brown University is located in what New England state? The answer is Rhode Island. Question 16. This character's love interest drowns at Elsinore Castle. This character kills his uncle Claudius, who is responsible for his father's death while dueling Laertes. Who is this character who mourns the death of a fellow of infinite jest while holding the skull of Yorick? The answer is Hamlet. Question number 17. This city's Mercedes-Benz Stadium is the largest stadium in regular use by an MLS team. What is the name of this city that is home to the College Football Hall of Fame and whose Centennial Olympic Park commemorates its hosting of the 1996 Olympics? The answer is Atlanta, Georgia. Question number 18. American painter James McNeill Whistler is best known for painting Arrangement in Gray and Black No. 1. However, he also famously created numerous paintings of bridges over and views of which river that flows through central London? The answer is the Thames River. Question number 19. In January of 2023, this person sparked debate by paying for 1,000 people's cataract surgeries. This person's most viewed video recreated the contest from the Korean show Squid Game in real life. Who is this content creator who is the most subscribed individual user on YouTube? The answer is Mr. Beast. And question 20. This biblical book, which is addressed to 7 churches, describes the sounding of 7 trumpets and the opening of 7 seals, the first 4 of which are accompanied by horsemen. What is this book of the New Testament which describes the end of the world? This book of the Bible is Revelation. In 1667, John Milton wrote a long poem that tells how the first humans were beguiled by the fallen angel Satan, who was a beautiful creature then, into disobeying God's command. Having lost their innocence, they are expelled from the Garden of Eden. What is Milton's masterpiece called? That poem is called Paradise Lost. Question number 2. This 1987 song by Guns N' Roses is on their debut Appetite for Destruction album. Frontman Axl Rose sings about wanting to go where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. The song was a hit, reaching number 5 on the Billboard Hot 100, and the title reveals where Axl wanted to go, which is where? He wanted to go where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. He wanted to go to Paradise City, is the answer. Paradise City. Question number 3. This poet must have been satisfied with the simple things in life because he writes, a book of verses underneath the bough, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou, beside me singing in the wilderness, O wilderness were paradise enow. What is this famous poem and who is its author? The answer is the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. Question number 4. On the far side of the river Styx, but separate from the realm of Hades, was a paradisical region in Greek mythology where heroes, the virtuous, and those chosen by the gods could spend their happy afterlife. What is its name that was used as the title of a 2013 dystopian film with Matt Damon? The answer is Elysium. Question number 5. In Luke 39, Jesus is crucified, and as he is dying, some mock him, saying, "If you are the Messiah, save yourself." But one man says, "This man has done nothing wrong. Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom." Jesus replies, "Today you will be with me in paradise." Who is Jesus talking to? The answer can either be Saint Dismas, or you can just say the thief, or the thief who was crucified beside him. Question number 6. Lost Horizon, a 1933 novel by James Hilton, describes a peaceful, harmonious place hidden away in the high Himalayas of Tibet. The inhabitants, guided by lamas, live for hundreds of years. Such places are mentioned in the ancient Tibetan scriptures, but Hilton's earthly paradise is called what? The answer is Shangri-La. Question number 7. The 45 species of this colorful avian live mostly in the rainforests of eastern Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, and eastern Australia. The males tend to have a very long, fancy feathers in their wings and tails. What is this tropical fowl? No matter how beautiful they are, you probably don't want one to fly up your nose. The answer is the bird of paradise. Question number 8. Stevie Wonder is credited on this best-selling 1995 hip-hop song by Coolio because parts of his song Pastime Paradise were incorporated. It is one of the few Coolio tracks without any profanity because Stevie wasn't with that. What is this song about growing up amidst poverty, violence, and despair? Coolio's version is called Gangsta's Paradise. Forgive my pronunciation here. Question number 9. In Aztec mythology, Cipactli, a terrible monster, was killed when Quetzalcoatl, the jaguar god, lured it closer by offering his leg as bait. The gods then killed it after it had eaten Quetzalcoatl's foot, unfortunately, and created the underworld from its tail, earth from its body, and the heavens from what? The heavens were made from its head. Question number 10. Iron Butterflies Inagata da Vida was written by organist-vocalist Doug Ingle as a love song from Adam to Eve. Ingle was word-slurring sloshed when he sang the song for drummer Ron Bushy, who wrote down what he heard, and the rest is history. What was the title originally intended to be? He wrote it down the way he heard it, which was Inagata da Vida. But originally, he was trying to say, "In the Garden of Eden." Question number 11. This song on Meatloaf's Bat Out of Hell album opens with a duet between a teenage boy and girl in a parked car, getting all hot and bothered, before the girl brings things to a screeching halt by demanding, "Do you love me?" The boy sings that he can see paradise by what kind of illumination? He can see paradise by the dashboard light. Question number 12. His best known is the triptych, The Garden of Earthly Delights, where the left panel shows a youthful God presenting Eve to Adam. The right centers in a nightmare hell, and the center, nude humans cavorting in a surreal landscape. Who is this Dutch artist that created some of the strangest paintings ever? His name was Hieronymus Bosch. Question number 13. This transcendental state means quenching, as of a candle flame, extinction of greed, hatred, and ignorance, or disappearance of the individual to the universal, thus freeing him from the endless cycle of death and reincarnation. It is also the name of what best-selling grunge band? The term that we're looking for is Nirvana. Question number 14. In 1947, this prolific author published his Pulitzer Prize-winning book, Tales of the South Pacific, on which the Broadway show and film are based. Who is this author that, in 1951, wrote the related, though less famous, Return to Paradise, in which he revisits the South Pacific Islands? The answer is James Michener. Question number 15. This 1996 single by Weird Al Yankovic is a parody of a Coolio song. Instead of lamenting his hopeless and dangerous life, the narrator, with a Bible in a hand and a beard on my chin, sings the praises of being plain and living simply. Where is he happily gonna party like it's 1699? Remember earlier in the quiz, Coolio was in Gangsta's Paradise, Weird Al is in Amish Paradise. Question number 16. For the people of the town of Paradise, November 8th, 2018 must have seemed more like perdition. The campfire that ignited in the Sierra Nevada foothills erupted into an urban firestorm that killed 85 people and destroyed nearly 19,000 homes and other buildings. In what state is this town of Paradise? The answer is California. Question number 17. The title of a 1516 book by Sir Thomas More is the term for an ideal society or place. Its opposite, with the prefix dys, is a place where nothing is ideal or even pleasant, as in George Orwell's 1984. More wrote the book in Latin, which is not ideal for most of us. What is More's perfect place called? The word we're looking for is utopia. Question number 18. This flower's scientific name, dianthus, comes from the Greek dios for God and anthos for flower. Its common name may come from the color, which can range from white to deep rose, or for the petals' frilled edges that appear to be cut with a special kind of sewing shears. What are these flowers called? The answer is pinks. Question number 19. This spiritual kingdom in Tibetan Buddhism is the birthplace of Kalki, the 10th and final incarnation of Vishnu. Its name is also a sanctuary for big cats who can't live in the wild, including Michael Jackson's Bengal tigers Sabu and Thriller, after he closed his Neverland Zoo. What are both places called? The name we're looking for is Shambhala. And question 20. Led Zeppelin's 1971 epic is regarded as one of the greatest rock songs of all time. In 3 distinct sections, beginning with the gentle acoustic guitar and recorders and progressing to full-on rock, it runs almost 8 minutes long. What is this song about a lady with an unorthodox way of getting to paradise? One of the greatest songs of all time. The answer is Stairway to Heaven. Question number 1. This novel, written by John Jake, set during the American Civil War, was adapted into a miniseries in 1985 starring Patrick Swayze, James Reed and Leslie Ann Down. It remains the 7th highest rated miniseries in TV history. What was the title? I have this miniseries on VHS tape. It is called North and South. Question number 2. Deep within Lookout Mountain in Chattanooga, Tennessee, in 1928, Leo Lambert accidentally discovered a breathtaking waterfall and cave, which he named after his wife. In 1929, it was opened to the public and remains a popular tourist attraction. What is it called? This is really easy if you know who Leo Lambert is. Just think of his wife. Her name was Ruby. It's called Ruby Falls. Question number 3. The object of this board game is to score points by listing unique items, all starting with the same letter, in a set of 5 categories within a set time limit. What is this game that was originally published by Parker Brothers in 1988? This game of scattered categories is called Scattergories. Question number 4. On July 21st, 1865, the first recorded quick-draw gunfight took place in this American city. Fighting over a stolen pocket watch, where did this shootout between the famous gunslinger Wild Bill Hickok and a man named Davis Tutt take place? The answer is Springfield, Missouri. Question number 5. Invented in England around 1750 and worn as a protective garment to prevent damage to nicer clothing, what article of clothing made of denim became popular in the 1920s for miners, farmers, and railroad workers? Looking for the article of clothing that was popular in the 1920s and then popular again in the 1990s. The answer is overalls. Question number 6. Born in 1835 in Florida, Missouri, this American writer and humorist was best known for his books The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and its sequel, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. He wrote under the pen name Mark Twain, but what was his real name? The answer is Samuel L. Clemens. Just Sam Clemens will work. Question number 7. Who was the American big band conductor and trombone player whose hits included Moonlight Serenade and Chattanooga Choo Choo, who joined the military to entertain the troops and then went missing in action in 1944 when the plane he was riding on went down over the English Channel? I don't believe they ever recovered his body. The answer is Glenn Miller. Question number 8. Occupying a place of honor on the Australian coat of arms, this bird is one of the largest birds in the world and, like the kangaroo, can only walk forward, not backward. What is this national bird of Australia? The answer is the emu. Question number 9. Representing 82 different countries, 2,566 athletes participated in the 2010 Winter Olympics. The U.S. won the highest number of medals, while the host country won the most gold medals. Where did these games take place? Gotta give me at least the host country, but the city would be even better. Canada was the country, Vancouver was the city. Question number 10. The first issue of this magazine was released in November of 1967. It was created by John Winter to reflect the youth's perspective on music, politics, and pop culture. It became known for its iconic covers, with John Lennon appearing on the first issue. What is the name of this still popular magazine? The answer is Rolling Stone. Question number 11. This year saw the release of Thriller by Michael Jackson, as well as the release of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. It was also the year of the first artificial heart transplant, the Tylenol poisonings, and the dedication of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. In what year did these events occur? This is not a tiebreaker, you gotta get it right on the nose. That year was 1982. Question number 12. On April 15th, 2013, 2 pressure cooker bombs exploded at this event, killing 3 people and injuring 264 others. What is this event that was established in 1897 and is held annually in the state of Massachusetts? The event we're looking for is the Boston Marathon. Question number 13. This movie starring Humphrey Bogart and Katharine Hepburn is one of 1951's top grossing movies. It's based on the 1935 novel of the same name by C.S. Forester, about a seasoned skipper and a spirited missionary taking on Germans during World War I. What is the title of this film? The answer is The African Queen. Question number 14. Besides Monticello, there is only one building outside of Washington, D.C. that is featured on the back of U.S. banknotes. Buildings that are currently featured include the Lincoln Memorial, the U.S. Treasury, the White House, and the Capitol Building. What is the other building from outside the D.C. area that is featured? So on the back of your bills, what's the only other building outside of DC? It's located in Philadelphia. It's called Independence Hall. Question number 15. On February 2nd, 1959, the day the music died, Buddy Holly, Ritchie Valens, and J.P. Richardson, or the Big Bopper, were killed in a plane crash in Clear Lake, Iowa. What later famous country music artist who was a member of Buddy Holly's band gave up his seat on the ill-fated plane to the ailing Richardson? Waylon Jennings was supposed to be on that plane ride. Question number 16. This fast food restaurant, founded in 1964 and headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, is the second largest sandwich restaurant brand in the world, with more than 3,500 locations in 9 different countries. What is the name of this restaurant? It's not the biggest sandwich restaurant. It's the second biggest. I assume the biggest is Subway. The second biggest is Arby's. Question number 17. Over a 2-week period, some 75,000 people stepped into this curious contraption created by Jesse Reno that was stationed at Coney Island's Old Iron Pier in the fall of 1896. What is this invention that carried people on a conveyor platform at a 25-degree angle to a height of 6 or 7 feet from the ground? At the time, it was such a novelty. Now they're everywhere. The answer is an escalator. Question number 18. Born on November 20th, 1925 in Massachusetts into a wealthy political family, What was the name of the U.S. politician and lawyer who served as the 64th U.S. Attorney General from 1961 to 64 and a U.S. Senator representing New York from January 1965 until his assassination in June of 68? That politician's name was Robert F. Kennedy, RFK. Question 19. America's oldest soft drink was created in 1885 in Waco, Texas by pharmacist Charles Alderson. Its unique flavor was a big hit when it was first sold at Morrison's Old Corner Drugstore. What is the name of this popular drink? Coca-Cola came out in 1886, so in 1885 Dr. Pepper came out and was the first American cola. And question 20. David H. McConnell didn't set out to create a beauty products company. He was a traveling book salesman in New York who offered free perfume samples with each sale, and customers became more interested in the samples than the books. What well-known door-to-door cosmetic company did he create in 1886? Well, there you go. 1886 was the start of Coca-Cola and Avon. Avon is the answer for question number 20. Question 1. One of these devices is depicted on the album cover of Pink Floyd's The Dark Side of the Moon. What are these optical devices whose triangular dispersive type can be used to split a beam of white light into a rainbow? The answer is a prism. Question number 2. This man's cry of alarm went through every Middlesex village and farm, prompted by a signal from the Old North Church. Who was this person that asked a friend to signal 1 if by land and 2 if by sea to indicate the arrival of the British? The answer is Paul Revere. Question number 3. The owl Glenfeather helps Eustace and Jill in the Silver Chair, the 4th published entry in what popular fantasy series by C.S. Lewis, which begins with The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? That series is called The Chronicles of Narnia. Question number 4. Hungary was formed from a merger of 2 cities separated by this river. This river is the longest river in non-Russian Europe. Budapest and Vienna lie on what Central European river that drains into the Black Sea? The answer is the Danube. Question number 5. In addition to Mount Rushmore, the Black Hills also contain an under-construction monument to which Oglala Lakota leader who defeated George Custer at the Battle of Little Bighorn? We're looking for the Oglala Lakota leader who beat George Custer at Little Bighorn. This under construction monument is of Crazy Horse. Question number 6. 70 pages of this novel were adapted into the Broadway musical Natasha, Pierre, and the Great Comet of 1812. What is the title of this lengthy historical novel by Leo Tolstoy about the French invasion of Russia and its aftermath? The answer is War and Peace. Question number 7. This king married Jane Seymour just 11 days after his previous wife's death. Who was this king who was excommunicated after he declared himself head of the Church of England over a disagreement about having his marriage annulled? The answer is Henry VIII. Question number 8. The Alvars were a group of Tamil saints famed for their devotion to this deity. What is the name of this Hindu preserver deity who is often depicted holding a conch and a mace in 2 of his 4 hands? The answer is Vishnu. Question number 9. King James I was targeted during this plot, in which a group of Catholics led by Robert Catesby attempted to blow up a section of Parliament. A night in November is often celebrated in the UK with bonfires and marks the anniversary of what plot's failure? The answer is the Gunpowder Plot. Question number 10. The short story Runaround introduced a statement that these things may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. That was the first of 3 laws that governed what things in stories by Isaac Asimov. The answer is robots. Question number 11. This character avenges Mercutio's death by killing Tybalt, for which he is exiled from Verona. In the balcony scene, this person's lover asks, "Wherefore art thou?" about him. Who is this Montague boy who poisons himself out of grief at the apparent death of his lover? The answer is Romeo. Question number 12. These small solar system bodies begin to release gases when they approach the sun, creating their tails. What is the name given to these heavenly objects, which include examples like Shoemaker-Levy 9? Those are comets. Question number 13. 50-50, Ask the Audience, and Phone a Friend are 3 lifelines offered to this show's contestants. What is the name of this trivia game show on which contestants can win up to a 7-figure payday? The answer is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Question number 14. This national park's visitor center is found at the appropriately named Furnace Creek, which once recorded a temperature of 134 degrees Fahrenheit. What is this national park in the Mojave Desert that contains Badwater Basin, the lowest elevation in North America? The answer is Death Valley National Park. Question number 15. This center of an ancient empire is now the capital of a modern-day country. During the Catiline conspiracy, Catiline attempted to overthrow Cicero and Gaius Antonius Hybrida as a consuls of what city? The answer is Rome. Question number 16. This deity gives Odysseus the magical herb moly to protect him from Circe's curse. Who is this god whose symbols include the caduceus and his winged sandals, which he used to serve as the messenger of the god? What's the name of the messenger of the gods? The answer is Hermes, or Mercury. Question number 17. The University of Miami sports teams, as well as an NHL hockey team in Carolina, are named for what type of meteorological events that become classified as such only once they hit a sustained wind speed of 74 miles per hour. So whether you're a weather nerd or a sports fan, you should know that at 74 miles per hour, they become hurricanes. Question number 18. The Boot Monument commemorates this man's service at the Battle of Saratoga. What is the name of this man who is better known for committing treason by attempting to betray West Point to the British? His name is now synonymous with treason. That man is, of course, Benedict Arnold. Question number 19. The child actress Emma Watson, who rose to fame for appearing in the 8 original Harry Potter films, was 26 years old when she played the French protagonist in a 2017 live-action version of what classic Disney film? The answer is Beauty and the Beast. And question 20. This event was set into motion by a coded message to climb Mount Nitaka, and its success was celebrated with the exclamation, Tora, Tora, Tora. Mitsuo Fuchida oversaw what event that took place on December 7th, 1941? That was the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor. Question 1. What TV series includes seasons set at the following locations? Miss Robichaux's Academy for Exceptional Young Ladies, The Hotel Cortez, Briarcliff Manor, and Camp Redwood. We're looking for the TV series that has seasons set in each of those locations. The answer is American Horror Story. Question number 2. What is the title of the 1991 song that features the lines, "Hush little baby, don't say a word, and never mind that noise you heard. It's just the beasts under your bed, in your closet, and in your head"? If you say it the wrong way, it's even creepier. If I sang it the right way, you would have known it right away. It's by Metallica. The song is called Enter Sandman. Question number 3. Don't blink, don't even blink. Blink and you're dead. They are fast, faster than you can believe. Don't turn your back, don't look away, and don't blink. Good luck. Are the instructions given to Sally Sparrow by Doctor Who? What creatures is he referring to? In case you didn't catch it, don't blink. The answer is the Weeping Angels. Question number 4. What is the title of the book by Josh Mallerman that follows Mallory and her 2 small children on a 20-mile trek downriver in a rowboat while being completely blindfolded? We're looking for the title of the book. Which I believe is the same title as the 2018 Netflix movie called Bird Box, starring Sandra Bullock. Question number 5. What current reality TV series that started in 2004 follows Jason, Steve, and Dave across the country while they search for answers in the nation's most haunted locations? That spooky TV show is called Ghost Hunters. Question number 6. What large, hairy, humanoid creature has been known to make occasional appearances at the Minneapolis Timberwolves basketball games and is the official mascot for Jack Link's beef jerky? The answer is Sasquatch. Question number 7. Terrorizing the impoverished Whitechapel district of London, England in 1888, what was the name given to the individual who killed 5 women and mocked the police but was never caught? The answer is Jack the Ripper. Question number 8. Acrophobia is the fear of heights. Aerophobia is the fear of flying. Aquaphobia, the fear of water, and the list goes on and on. But can you tell me what nyctophobia is? N-Y-C-T-O phobia. Nyctophobia? Nyctophobia is the fear of the dark. Question number 9. What is the name of the horror movie icon that voiced the Grinch in the 1966 movie How the Grinch Stole Christmas, played the monster in the 1931 movie Frankenstein, and played Imhotep in the 1932 movie The Mummy? That fella's name is Boris Karloff. Question number 10. What is the name of the American author, born October 4th, 1941, who wrote the books in the Vampire Chronicles that consists of The Queen of the Damned, Memnoch the Devil, and Prince Lestat, among others? I used to think it was like a trilogy, or there were only a couple of books, but there are actually 13 books in the Vampire Chronicles by Anne Rice. Anne Rice is her name. Question number 11. Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher Professor Lupin tells the students about a creature that takes the appearance of the viewer's worst fears. Neville sees Professor Snape, Ron sees a spider, and Harry sees a Dementor. What is this creature that is defended against using the ridiculous charm? The answer is a boggart. Question number 12. What rock band released the song Boris the Spider in 1966 with the following lyrics? Look, he's crawling up my wall. Black and hairy, very small. Now he's up above my head, hanging by a little thread. What band wrote and performed those lyrics? That would be The Who. Question number 13. What is the title of the 1979 science fiction movie whose tagline, "In space, no one can hear you scream," has gone on to become one of the most iconic taglines in all of pop culture? That movie was Alien. Question 14. Galeophobia is the irrational fear of sharks. No one brings that to the big screen like Steven Spielberg in the movie Jaws. What is the type of shark that gives us the thrills and chills in that movie? What type of shark terrorized Amity Island? That shark was a great white shark. Question number 15. On the TV series Bones, the character Seeley Booth, played by David Boreanaz, seems to have one recurring fear. However, when confronted by Bones, he says it's not a fear, it's hate. What does Booth hate? At the very least, he's not a big fan of clowns. Question number 16. In the 1900 novel and the 1939 film The Wizard of Oz, when Dorothy is transported to Oz via Twister, her house flies through the air before landing on and killing which character right at the beginning of the story? At the beginning of that story, her house accidentally lands on the Wicked Witch of the East. Question number 17. What is the name of the character in the 2017 Stephen King movie It that says, "Oh yes, they float, Georgie. They float, and when you're down here with me, you'll float too"? That is Pennywise, the dancing clown. If you just said Pennywise, I'll accept it. Question number 18. What is the full name of the lizard-like monster, voiced by Steve Buscemi, that sneaks into the bedrooms of children to make them scream in the Pixar movie Monsters, Incorporated? The lizard-like creature, voiced by Steve Buscemi. It's not Mike Wazowski. His name is Randall Boggs. Question number 19. You may remember the General Mills monster cereals Boo Berry, Count Chocula, and Frankenberry, but not so much Fruit Brute and the Fruity Yummy Mummy. But can you tell me the name of the green zombie cereal that General Mills added to the monster cereal line in 2023? That's this year. What's the new cereal called? It's a caramel apple cereal called Carmela Creeper. Carmela Creeper is the answer. And question 20. The title character was incorrectly called Baba Yaga, which is loosely translated to the Boogeyman in the movie, only to have Vigo say that which character isn't really the Boogeyman, he's the one you send to kill the Boogeyman. Such a good movie. The answer is John Wick. Question number 1. The play Toad of Toad Hall, inspired by The Wind in the Willows, was written by A. Milne, who is better known for his stories about what teddy bear who lives in the 100-acre wood. A. Milne is better known for his stories about what teddy bear? The answer is Winnie the Pooh. Question number 2. This clothing item's name comes from the Persian word for waistband. What is the name for this pleated sash which originated among sepoy soldiers in India that is now commonly worn around the waist as part of a tuxedo? From the Persian word for waistband, the answer is a cummerbund. Question number 3. The Battle of Gettysburg was a defeat for what Confederate general who served as the commander of the entire Confederate Army near the end of the war and who delivered the Confederate surrender at Appomattox? We're looking for the name of that Confederate general. The answer is Robert E. Lee. Question number 4. The classical musical piece, Also Sprach Zarathustra, is featured in what Stanley Kubrick sci-fi film partially named for the year in which it takes place, which features the murderous computer HAL 9000? What Stanley Kubrick film features the murderous computer HAL 9000? The answer is 2001, A Space Odyssey. Question number 5. This man was directed by the angel Moroni to a set of buried golden plates, which he purportedly translated into Another Testament of Jesus Christ. Who was this man who founded the Latter-day Saint movement and published the Book of Mormon? It is not Trey Parker or Matt Stone. The answer is Joseph Smith Jr. Question number 6. This man's earlier circumnavigation of the world aboard the Golden Hind antagonized Spain by raiding its ports. During the fight against the Spanish Armada, who was this English privateer that led a raid on Cadiz in 1587? The answer is Sir Francis Drake. Question number 7. This mathematician and author of Industrial Society and Its Future died in June of 2023. What was the name of this mathematics prodigy who abandoned his career in 1969 and became infamous for mailing explosives to people he thought were destroying the environment? They called him the Unabomber. His name was Ted Kaczynski. Question number 8. This position was removed from the cabinet in 1947 and replaced with the Secretary of Defense. One of the original 4 cabinet positions, what was the name of this cabinet position once held by Jefferson Davis? Replaced by the Secretary of Defense, it used to be called the Secretary of War. Question number 9. In a novel by Max Brooks, the author of The Civilian Survival Guide interviews survivors of a war against these creatures that was triggered by a virus called solanum. The Brad Pitt movie, World War Z, depicts an apocalypse caused by what type of monster? Those are all zombies. World War Z was zombies. Question number 10. There is an observable gas giant weather phenomenon on Jupiter, which is basically a huge cyclonic storm that is larger than the size of the Earth and has existed for at least 300 years. What name has been given to this storm? The only hint I'll give you is it's not very creative. It looks like a big red spot, and they've called it the Great Red Spot. Question number 11. The protagonist of this novel realizes he has won a bet when his valet, Passepartout, reminds him about the international dateline. What is this novel about Phileas Fogg, who makes a wager with his friends at the Reform Club that he can circumnavigate the globe in a certain amount of time? He figured correctly that he could make it around the world in 80 days, which is the answer. Around the world in 80 days. Question number 12. Franklin Delano Roosevelt founded this charitable organization to raise money to combat polio. In recognition of FDR's work with what organization, a certain coin was redesigned after his death to depict his face? They redesigned the dime. It was called the March of Dimes. That was the name of the organization. Question number 13. This ruler overthrew the Achaemenid Empire of Darius III. Who is this Macedonian ruler, the son of Philip II, who spent most of his reign conquering one of the greatest empires in history and naming 20 cities after himself? The answer is Alexander the Great. Question number 14. After his marriage proposal is rejected, the protagonist of this story leaves a harvest party and is harassed by the so-called Galloping Hessian, who throws his head at the protagonist and knocks him off his horse. What is the title of this Washington Irving short story? It is called The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Question number 15. As a reward for choosing Aphrodite as the most beautiful goddess, Aphrodite set Paris up with this woman, who was said to have the face that launched 1,000 ships. Who was this wife of Menelaus, whose abduction set off the Trojan War? The answer is Helen of Troy. Question number 16. This molecule, which regulates the fluidity of the cell membrane, is transported in either good, high-density, or bad, low-density lipoproteins. High levels of what molecule in the bloodstream can clog arteries and contribute to heart disease? The answer is cholesterol. Question number 17. This man's last words were allegedly, "Do not disturb my circles." What is the name of this ancient Greek mathematician, scientist, and engineer from Syracuse who is rumored to have developed a heat ray to destroy enemy ships? The answer is Archimedes. Question number 18. This musical's protagonist leaves with Fiyero after singing For Good with a character who gave them a makeover in Popular. What is the title of this musical whose song defying gravity, sees the protagonist enchant a broom to go to the Emerald City to confront the wizard? The musical we're looking for is called Wicked. Question number 19. Named after a city in another Muslim country where it is still commonly worn, what is this flat-topped red hat which is mandated for the use by most of the Ottoman military officers in the 19th century? So it was mandated for use by most of the Ottoman military officers, but it was named for a city in another Muslim country. That hat is called a fez or a tarbouche. And question 20. Perhaps the most famous literary instance of stealing body parts from the dead is when what title character of a Mary Shelley novel used dead body parts to create a monster that is eventually brought to life? Who is this title character from a Mary Shelley novel? The answer is Frankenstein. Victor Frankenstein, or Dr. Frankenstein. Question number 1. What is the name of the popular cowboy singer who starred in several films and had his own TV show in the 1950s, who performed these classic Christmas songs? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Up on the Rooftop, Here Comes Santa Claus, and Frosty the Snowman. The answer is Gene Autry. Question number 2. The Stanley Cup is awarded to the team that wins the playoff championships in the NHL. It was named after Lord Stanley of Preston, Governor General of Canada. What was the first name given to this championship trophy in 1892 before they changed it to the Stanley Cup? Before the Stanley Cup was the Stanley Cup, it was the Dominion Hockey Challenge Cup. Question number 3. Steve Martin and Martin Short have been working together for around 36 years, including in Hulu's series Only Murders in the Building with Selena Gomez, where they team up to solve murders in the building that they all live in. What 1986 film did this comedy duo first star together in? I just rewatched this the other day. I love this movie, Three Amigos. Classic movie. Question number 4. Macaulay Culkin rose to stardom in the 1990 movie Home Alone, where he played Kevin McAllister, who makes a plan to stop 2 burglars from robbing his house. To film the movie, the interior of Kevin's on-screen house was built inside what type of building? I actually saw this on that Netflix show, The Movies We All Love. They built it in a high school, an old abandoned high school. Question number 5. This author that passed away on May 23rd, 2021, has a museum in Amherst, Massachusetts featuring his works, which include The Very Hungry Caterpillar, The Busy Spider, and Brown Bear, Brown Bear. What is this author's name? The answer is Eric Carle. Question number 6. Zippy the Pinhead by Bill Griffith was a comic strip that featured characters called the Muffler Men. Route 66 has statues of these characters. The first Muffler Man made on Route 66 was made to promote the Lumberjack Cafe. What city and state can you still find this Muffler Man? It's on Route 66. The answer is Flagstaff, Arizona. Question number 7. Castaway, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, and The Polar Express were all produced by Tom Hanks's production company that was named after the fictional record company from his movie That Thing You Do, where Tom plays the manager to a 1960s boy band. What is the name of this company? It's called Playtone. Question number 8. This 1960s TV show about a fictional boy band that became a real-life band with hit songs like I'm a Believer gained a new generation of fans when MTV aired their reruns in the 1980s. What is the name of this TV show, which is also the name of the band? The answer is The Monkees. Question number 9. Alfonso Ribeiro, who co-hosts Dancing with the Stars, played Carlton Banks in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and also played in the 80s TV sitcom Silver Spoons. But his first acting debut was dancing with Michael Jackson in a commercial for what product? The answer is Pepsi. Question number 10. Lorne Greene starred in the western Bonanza as Ben Cartwright, a widowed father to 3 sons. The show focused on the Cartwright family and their ranch called the Ponderosa. In 1960, Lorne built a replica of the ranch and called it the Ponderosa II. Where is this historic private home located? This quiz definitely has an Arizona lean to it. This one is Mesa, Arizona. Question number 11. Nickelodeon aired in 1976, becoming the first all-kids TV channel. The first show to air on Nickelodeon was created by Vivian Horner, aimed at preschoolers, featuring live humans and puppets together. What was the name of this show? Wonder where they got that idea. Not as popular as Sesame Street, it was called Pinwheel. Question number 12. Nickelodeon also picked up a show from Canada called You Can't Do That on Television. In the show, if the person said, I don't know, they would pour green slime over their heads. That famous Nickelodeon slime was made of food coloring, oatmeal, applesauce, and what fourth ingredient? That main ingredient was vanilla pudding. Question number 13. Shel Dorf, Richard Alf, Ken Kruger, Mike Towery, Ron Graff, Barry Alfonso, Bob Sork, and Greg Bear decided to start a convention originally called the Golden State Comic Book Convention in 1970. In what city is this convention, the biggest and most popular Comic-Con, still going strong today? Now they just call it the Comic-Con, and the biggest one is in San Diego. Question 14. In 1981, Elena Kucharik created the Care Bears that developed into their own movies, TV shows, clothing line, and toys. These characters are still a huge franchise today. But for what medium did Elena originally create the Care Bears for? Originally, she made them for greeting cards, which makes sense why you would have Care Bears. Greeting cards is the answer. Question 15. Lonnie Johnson was a NASA rocket scientist who was trying to invent a new kind of heat pump that had complications. In 1982, Lonnie took ideas from this invention and created what toy that he sold under the name Johnson Research and Development Co. If it doesn't work as a heat pump, it'll work as a water gun. The answer is Super Soaker. Question number 16. Sarah Josepha Hale wrote the poem Mary Had a Little Lamb and based it on a real 11-year-old girl named Mary Sawyer, who had a pet lamb that followed her to school one day. What state was the real Mary born and raised in? The answer is not Arizona, it's Massachusetts. Question number 17. In the 1960s, Wynn Roberts took a picture of a Los Angeles Lakers guard. This basketball player's picture was turned into a silhouette that became the official NBA logo. What is the name of this Los Angeles Laker whose silhouette is still the official NBA logo? The answer is Jerry West. Question number 18. In the 1870s, this American novelist traveled to the Wild West during 1861 to 67 with his brother, Orion Clemens, who was the Secretary of the Nevada Territory and wrote about their journey in his novel Roughing It. Who was this American writer? The answer is Mark Twain. His brother was Orion Clemens. His name is Sam Clemens. Question number 19. In 18th century England, people would carry around this kind of fruit or have it as a centerpiece at dinner parties to show personal wealth and high-class status because of its expense of import. What is this fruit that today is a symbol of hospitality towards guests? The answer is a pineapple. And question 20. On Sesame Street, Cookie Monster can't resist devouring a plate of cookies, especially chocolate chip cookies. But the on-set cookies are not real because the oil in the cookies could damage the puppet. What much less tasty food do they paint to look like cookies to give that perfect crumble effect? I was not aware that my entire childhood was a lie. They were actually rice cakes that the Cookie Monster was eating. Rice cakes is the answer and ruins my childhood. Question number 1. Sophocles wrote a pair of plays about what mythical Greek king who fulfills Tiresias' prophecy by having unwittingly killed King Laius and by marrying Jocasta? So Sophocles wrote a pair of plays about what Greek king? He kills King Laius and he marries Jocasta, and those happen to be his mother and father. The answer is Oedipus. Question number 2. In a strange twist, all 12 of the passengers on the Orient Express are revealed to have murdered Ratchet in a novel by what author featuring the Belgian detective Hercule Poirot? That novel was called Murder on the Orient Express. The author's name is Agatha Christie. Question number 3. The only one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world which may not have actually existed were this city's hanging gardens. A law code preaching an eye for an eye was created by this city's ruler, Hammurabi. What is this ancient Mesopotamian city ruled by kings such as Nebuchadnezzar? The 7 wonders of the ancient world, these were the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Babylon is the answer. Question number 4. This Eric Carle children's book follows a bug that consumes various foods such as plums, watermelon, and cake before it becomes very full. What is the title of this popular picture book that was first published in 1969? The answer is The Very Hungry Caterpillar. Question number 5. The book of Acts describes the stoning of Saint Stephen, who became the first one of these people. What is this term that is applied to saints who were killed for following their religion, and more generally to people who die for a specific cause? So a little vocabulary trivia today. What is the term applied to saints who were killed for following their religion? The answer is a martyr. Question number 6. The 1889 Johnstown flood in Pennsylvania was one of the first disasters responded to by this organization founded by Clara Barton. What is this charitable organization that offers services such as first aid and CPR training? The answer is the American Red Cross. Question number 7. The play Our Town features a character named the stage manager who speaks directly to the audience, which is referred to as breaking what hypothetical structure separating the audience from the stage? It's also very popularly done in the Deadpool movies. It's called breaking the fourth wall. Question number 8. Which late 19th century French artist associated with the Impressionist movement is credited with developing the technique known as plein air painting, which was exemplified in his iconic series of paintings of water lilies? Plein air painting and water lilies are often associated with Claude Monet. Question number 9. This Moroccan city's Hassan II Mosque features the world's second tallest minaret, as well as a laser that points at Mecca. What is this city, the namesake of an iconic 1942 film starring Ingrid Bergman? So we're looking for the name of this city in Morocco. The answer is Casablanca. Question number 10. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels' 1848 manifesto was named for what ideology, which would go on to be adopted by actual revolutionaries such as Vladimir Lenin? It was an 1848 manifesto named for what ideology? The answer is communism. It was called the Communist Manifesto. Question number 11. A goat named Heithrun who lives on this place's roof has an udder that produces the finest mead. The inhabitants of this place will feast and drink until Ragnarok, when they will fight for Odin, this place's ruler. Valkyries send fallen soldiers to what great building from Norse mythology? This great hall is called Valhalla. Question number 12. A square in the Marina District of San Francisco is named for him. What is the last name of this Italian-born chocolatier who first moved to South America and then to California, where he established his namesake chocolate company? The square in San Francisco is called Ghirardelli Square. It's Ghirardelli is the answer. Question number 13. This man's name is the origin for the word emperor in many European languages. At the Battle of Alesia, this man defeated Vercingetorix, which he wrote about in his Commentaries on the Gallic War. Who is this man who famously stated, "The die is cast," after crossing the Rubicon River? The answer is Caesar, Julius Caesar. Question number 14. Dallas Winston is killed after robbing a grocery store in this novel, and Johnny Cade tells this novel's protagonist to stay gold. What is the title of this book by S.E. Hinton that describes a rivalry between the Greasers and the Socs? The answer is The Outsiders. Question number 15. Old Dan and Little Ann are two red-bone coonhounds owned by Billy Coleman in what 1961 children's novel by Wilson Rawls, in which the dogs die following a mountain lion attack? A lot of literature questions today. Old Dan and Little Ann are two coonhounds from what book by Wilson Rawls? The answer is Where the Red Fern Grows. Question number 16. 7 young men and 7 young women from Athens were sent to this location every year, which King Aegeus' son set out to prevent by killing a monster that lived in this location. Daedalus was imprisoned after he built what location for King Minos? The location we're looking for is the Labyrinth. Question number 17. In this film, Burke Dennings is pushed out a window before a girl turns her head backwards and speaks in his voice. What is this 1973 horror film directed by William Friedkin in which a priest attempts to end a demonic possession? What should give it away? Even if you don't know the movie, you know that An Exorcist is where a priest attempts to end the demonic possession. The Exorcist is the answer. Question 18. What is the name of the largest city in Devon, England, that shares its name with a Massachusetts town that was colonized in 1620 by the passengers of the Mayflower? The largest city in Devon, England is Plymouth. Plymouth is the answer. Question 19. These twin brothers and children of Leda were aboard the Argo when Jason sailed to retrieve the Golden Fleece. Who were these skilled horsemen that were transformed into the constellation Gemini? The answer is Castor and Pollux. And question 20. The East River separates this island from Brooklyn and Queens. Times Square and the Empire State Building are found on what island, the most densely populated borough of New York City? The island we're looking for is Manhattan. Manhattan Island, the most densely populated borough of New York City. Question number 1. We travel for several days to our destination, the Mare Tranquillitatis, or the Sea of Tranquility. But when we get there, we realize that the swimsuit we have is useless because the area is totally dry. What kind of suit will we need to wear instead so we can go for a walk? If you're going to go for a walk in the Sea of Tranquility, you'll need a spacesuit because that's on the moon. Question number 2. In June of 1927, at a golf course in Worcester, Massachusetts, a few American golfers took on a few golfers from Great Britain, and this event became the International Team Golf Competition for Men. What British businessman donated the trophy, which now bears his name, for this US vs. Europe golf tournament? That is the Ryder Cup. His name was Samuel Ryder. Question number 3. Apollo 11 landed on the moon on July 20th, 1969, and once both astronauts were on the surface, an iconic photograph was taken. In it, a single astronaut stands in front of the camera with the other astronaut and the leg of the LEM reflected in his visor. Which astronaut is being photographed? I believe Neil Armstrong took the picture of Buzz Aldrin. Buzz Aldrin is the answer. Question number 4. In the dark old days of the early 90s, when many of us were being introduced to computer languages and computer programming for the first time, the initial language some of us encountered was BASIC. What does the acronym BASIC stand for? The answer is Beginner's All-Purpose Symbolic Instruction Code. Question number 5. In The Lord of the Rings, Sauron is calling all of his allies to Mordor in preparation for the battles. The Haradrim answer and bring with them several Mumakil, giant, mammoth-looking animals that carry many warriors. What do Sam and Frodo call these monstrous animals? Sam and Frodo and all of the hobbits, what do they call them? They call them Oliphants. Question number 6. There were quite a few spaghetti westerns that were produced and directed by Italian movie makers. One of the classics is 1966's The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. We know that Clint Eastwood played the good. What 2 actors played the bad and the ugly? The answer is Lee Van Cleef and Eli Wallach. Question number 7. In January of 1954, Ernest Hemingway and his wife were on holiday in Uganda, Central Africa. On successive days, they experienced something that all of us hope that we never experience even once. What type of catastrophe were they involved in on back-to-back days? They were involved in plane crashes, one day after the next. Question number 8. In 1962, a British rock band was formed in London that is still active today, although Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are the only surviving members of the original lineup. The Rolling Stones were formed by what guitarist who died in 1969 shortly after he was kicked out of the band? The answer is Brian Jones. Question number 9. In the 1980s, an electrician in the Gdańsk shipyard in Poland became a trade unionist leader. He then founded a movement called Solidarity. Neither the communist government nor the Soviets could destroy him. Who was this man that eventually became Poland's first president, elected by a free popular vote? The answer is Lech Walesa. Question number 10. A volcanologist studies the processes that form volcanoes. An archaeologist studies human history through excavation, and an oologist studies birds' eggs. Often found on the ocean, what does a cetologist study? The cetologist is found on the ocean. What he studies is found in the ocean. He studies whales and dolphins and porpoises. Question number 11. The armistice that ended World War I was signed by the German High Command and the leaders of the Allied forces at approximately 5:45 a.m. in a railway carriage sitting in a wood near Compiègne, northern France. What was the date and time that all military operations were due to cease? The 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918. Question number 12. In the world of Major League Baseball, there are only 3 players whose 3,000th hit was a home run. Who were these 3 players who at some time in their careers all played for the Yankees? "3,000 hits is impressive. A home run on your 3,000th hit is very impressive." Wade Boggs, Alex Rodriguez, and Derek Jeter. Question number 13. In September of 2023, we mourned the loss of Scottish actor David McCallum. One of his many roles was of the NCIS pathologist Dr. Donald Ducky Mallard. In the very early episode of NCIS, Kate asked Gibbs, "What did Ducky look like when he was younger?" What was Gibbs' response? He said, "Ilya Kuryakin," which is one of his characters from an earlier TV show. Question number 14. Tom Clancy's character Bart Mancuso, commander of the USS Dallas, is trailing the Soviet submarine Red October, staying firmly in its baffles. Red October suddenly starts a 360-degree turn to check its blind spot. What was this turn known as? In real life and in the book, that is called a Crazy Ivan. Question number 15. During World War II, there was constant movement of people, money, and supplies from a group of islands to the north of Scotland to Norway and back. Initially utilizing Norwegian fishing boats, what was this operation known as that operated secretly under the noses of the German forces? Named after the islands, that was called the Shetland Bus. Question number 16. The human heart is just a pump comprising 4 chambers. Its primary role is to send oxygenated blood around the body. Eventually, deoxygenated blood must return to the heart so it can be sent to the lungs to be reoxygenated. Which chamber of the heart does deoxygenated blood flow into? Deoxygenated blood flows into the right atrium. Question number 17. In the movie Demolition Man, after a protracted fight sequence where Lenina Huxley, played by Sandra Bullock, has just kicked the stuffing out of a bad guy, an astonished John Spartan, played by Sylvester Stallone, asks her where she learned to kick like that. What was her reply? She learned it where we all learn it, which is Jackie Chan movies. Question number 18. To contact individual countries' emergency services, there is a wide choice of phone numbers. The classics are 911 for North America, 999 for the UK, and 112 for most parts of Europe. What number would you dial if you wanted to reach the emergency services in Australia? In Australia, you call 000. Question number 19. The platypus is an egg-laying mammal endemic to eastern Australia. It has webbed feet and the bill of a duck. The male has a venomous spur on its hind ankle. The female is solely responsible for raising the young. What is that young baby platypus known as? What do you call a baby platypus? The answer is a puggle. And question 20. This sport could be described as squash on steroids. The court is similar, but a little bigger. Players wear a hooked basket on one hand to throw a ball at high speed to the far wall and let it bounce back. An opponent then catches it and repeats. What is this sport called? This sport is called high-a-lie. Question number 1. This city installed the 30 tyrants to rule the government of another city which it defeated in a war. What is the name of this warlike Greek city-state which won the Peloponnesian War against Athens? So what is the name of this Greek city-state that won the Peloponnesian War? The answer is Sparta. Question number 2. In some movies, he lives in a coastal town called Crystal Cove. But in the original cartoon and movies, he lives in a small town called Coolsville. What is the name of the dog who goes on adventures with Norville Rogers and his group of friends? Norville is his friend's real name, but they call him Shaggy, and the dog is Scooby-Doo. Question number 3. Thomas Young passed these particles through a double slit to demonstrate their wave-like properties. Because these particles have no mass, their velocity is always equal to c in a vacuum. What are these particles which make up light? The particles we're looking for that make up light are called photons. Question number 4. After the Titanic hit the iceberg and began to sink, Arthur Rostron, the captain of what Royal Mail ship, came to its aid and rescued over 700 survivors still afloat in lifeboats in the North Atlantic Ocean. So when the Titanic sank, what was the first ship there to help with the rescue? That ship was the RMS Carpathia. Question number 5. The shooting of one of these animals triggered an 1859 boundary dispute between the US and the UK over the San Juan Islands. The CIA-sponsored Brigade 2506 carried out a failed invasion at a location named in English for what animals? That invasion was at the Bay of Pigs. The answer is pigs. Question number 6. A $10,000 life insurance check is disputed by Walter, Benitha, and Ruth In what play about the Younger Family by Lorraine Hansberry that debuted on Broadway in 1959? What play is it that centers around the $10,000 life insurance check? The answer is A Raisin in the Sun. Question number 7. Born in Reading, Pennsylvania on December 13th, 1989, Taylor Swift became an American singer-songwriter known for her biographical songwriting, artistic reinventions, cultural impact, and her love of American football. What is Taylor Swift's middle name? Taylor Swift's middle name is Allison. Taylor Allison Swift. Question number 8. The human brain is divided into 3 main parts: the cerebrum, the cerebellum, and what lower region which connects to the spinal cord and assists with involuntary movements? The human brain is divided into 3 main parts: the cerebrum, the cerebellum, and what third? The answer is the brainstem. Question number 9. The skeletons of some fish, such as rays, consist entirely of this tissue instead of bone. What is the name of this structural tissue which surrounds bones to lubricate joints in the human body? What is the name of this structural tissue that the skeletons of some fish consist entirely of? The answer is cartilage. Question number 10. The first artist to ever debut at the top of the Billboard Hot 100 without any prior charting history was Oliver Anthony when he released what song in August of 2023 on YouTube, making him an overnight sensation? That popular song is called Rich Men North of Richmond. Question number 11. Modern-day Fulton County, Kentucky was affected by one of these events in the town of New Madrid, which made the Mississippi River temporarily flow backward. San Francisco was devastated by another one of what kind of event in 1906? These type of devastating events are earthquakes. Question number 12. After this character is beaten unconscious by a traitor, his friends burn his books and tell him a wizard did it. What is the name of this Cervantes character who steals a wash basin from a barber, believing it to be the helmet of Mambrino? The answer is Don Quixote. Question number 13. This country's region of Wallachia was once ruled by Vlad Tepes, whose brutality earned him the epithet the Impaler. Bucharest is the capital of what country whose region of Transylvania is supposedly the home of Dracula? The country we're looking for is Romania. Question number 14. The Fourth Crusade was diverted to sack this city, which was protected by the Theodosian walls and contains the Hagia Sophia. In 1453, what city was captured by the Ottomans, marking the end of the Byzantine Empire? The answer is Constantinople, or modern-day Istanbul. Question number 15. What is the title of the symbolism-packed novel whose main character, a multi-millionaire who becomes infatuated with Daisy Buchanan, is shot to death in his swimming pool by Myrtle's husband? We're looking for the title of the novel. By F. Scott Fitzgerald, the answer is The Great Gatsby. Question number 16. Apparitions of this figure in places like Lourdes and Fatima are frequently the sites of Catholic pilgrimages. Who is this woman who was told by the Archangel Gabriel that her child would be the Messiah? It is the right time of year for a question about Mary. Mary is the answer. Question number 17. First appearing in a 1984 issue as a computer programmer, what is the name of the yellow jumpsuited news reporter in Mirage Comics who befriends and assists 4 giant mutant reptilian brothers who fight crime? Those 4 mutant brothers are the Ninja Turtles, and her name is April O'Neil. Question number 18. This position, with a Japanese name, whose officials were called the Bakufu, was the military leader of Japan, unlike the emperor. The Tokugawa clan held what office, appointed by the emperor, during the Edo period? So what is the title for that office? The military leader of Japan is called the Shogun. Question number 19. Characters in this novel frequent the Chestnut Tree Cafe. Buildings in this novel's Airstrip 1 display slogans like "Freedom is slavery" and "War is peace." A fear of rats leads what novel's protagonist to give up Julia to O'Brien in room 101? This novel is 1984. And question 20. A beverage named for this word was the subject of intense social media hype in the UK following its release by Logan Paul and KSI. In the name of the leader of the Autobots, this word follows Optimus. What is this word that also appears in the name of an Amazon subscription service? Well, this question just kept getting easier and easier. The answer is Prime. With question number 1, shortly afterwards, it became a tourist attraction alongside the Queen Mary ship at Long Beach. What was the nickname of Howard Hughes' flying boat whose first and only flight occurred in Long Beach Harbor, California on November 2nd, 1947? That large airplane was made of wood and it was nicknamed the Spruce Goose. Question number 2. What is the name of the actor, comedian, filmmaker whose big screen acting debut was in Steven Spielberg's Empire of the Sun in 1987, and his big screen directing debut was 1994's Reality Bites, in which he also starred with Ethan Hawke and Winona Ryder? The guy we're looking for is Ben Stiller. Question number 3. One of history and literature's most famous couples. What was the most common name of the famous Sherwood Forest archer, an outlaw of medieval England, and the woman he loved? We're looking for the general name of the two of them. The answer we're looking for is Robin Hood and Maid Marian. Question number 4. With Mother Nature as the primary architect, what is the name of the open-air amphitheater in Colorado that has been hosting performances since 1906 that famously consists of two 300-foot monoliths that provide a stunning setting for any performance? That amphitheater is called Red Rocks. Question number 5. What is the name and number of the King of England who was crowned on October 26, 1760, and who still held the throne at the start of the American Revolution 15 years later? So he was crowned King of England in 1760 and was still there when the American Revolution started. The answer is George III. Question number 6. What three-syllable word meaning most important or major is used to designate the leader and soloist of an instrument group within an orchestra, such as the violins? We're looking for the three-syllable word that means most important. If you are the soloist of the violins, you are the principal violinist. Question number 7. Augustus Gloop, Mike Teavee, Charlie Bucket, Veruca Salt, and Violet Beauregard were the 5 children who were invited via a golden ticket to visit the factory in what author's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? The answer is Roald Dahl. Question number 8. The painting that Winston Churchill gave to President Truman depicts a Moroccan city with mountains in the background. What are these African mountains named for the Titan forced to carry the heavens on his shoulders in Greek myth? So we're looking for the name of the mountains that were named after the Titan. And the Titan who carried the world on his shoulders was Atlas. They are the Atlas Mountains. Question number 9. What is the name for the type of live comedy or drama where actors make up dialogue and choreography on the spot from audience suggestions and without the benefit of a prepared script? What name is given to that type of live comedy or drama? When they have to make up their lines on the spot, they are improvising. The word we're looking for is improv. Question number 10. Donald Trump, serving as both the 45th and 47th President of the United States, is only the second time in the country's history that a president served non-consecutive terms. Who was this first who served as the 22nd and 24th? The answer is Grover Cleveland. Question number 11. Name the general architectural style of London's Parliament House with its pointed arches, high vaulted ceilings, flying buttresses, spires, and gargoyles. There's a couple of different specific types of this, but we're looking for the general type of architecture. The answer is Gothic. Question number 12. Though long thought useless and often routinely removed since people live fine without it, what is the name of the worm-shaped body organ now believed to produce good bacteria for the digestive system? The answer is the appendix. Question number 13. What compound word designates an actor who is prepared to play a role that is already played by another, just in case the latter falls ill or is unable to perform? So, the name of the actor who's ready to play in case the main actor is unable to. The term for that in theater is the understudy. Question number 14. What word beginning with a B names both the old fortified area that is now a 25-acre public park at the southern tip of Manhattan Island and, in the sport of baseball, the pitcher and the catcher? This word starts with a B. In baseball, the pitcher and the catcher are referred to as the battery, and the park is Battery Park. Question number 15. What is the name given to the massive coordinated attack on Jews throughout the German Reich on the night of November 9th, 1938, and into the next day, where Jewish shops and synagogues had their windows smashed and their contents destroyed? The specific name for that night was the Night of Broken Glass, or Kristallnacht. Question number 16. Which popular nursery rhyme character's name is used to designate in space science an area that can theoretically support life because it is neither too hot nor too cold, just as the character ate the porridge that was just right, neither too hot nor too cold? In space, that area is called the Goldilocks zone. Goldilocks is the answer. Question number 17. What is the name of the Roman god of the forge featured in the word for the process that man uses in heating rubber, metals, and other natural products to give them strength and flexibility? So we're looking for the name of the Roman god, not the name of the process. But if you want to work backwards, vulcanization is the process, Vulcan is the god. Question number 18. What is the word that begins with the letter S that designates a flat tropical grassland like Brazil's grain belt, and if you add a letter at the end, designates a port city in the state of Georgia that was founded by James Oglethorpe? You can give me either word because they are the same. The answer is Savannah, or add an H and also Savannah. Question number 19. What popular sports drink was created for the University of Florida football players in 1965 by Dr. Robert Cade as means to replace carbohydrates and electrolytes that were lost through sweat? I feel like this one is pretty easy. We may have even had it before. How many popular sports drinks are there? The answer is obviously Gatorade. And question 20. Which word from the Greek for new designates the rare inert gaseous element that was newly discovered in 1898 and whose atomic number is 10? We're looking for The element that was discovered in 1898, atomic number 10, Greek for new. The answer is neon. Neo is new, neon is the answer. Question number 1. The Louvre Museum in Paris is home to many great works of art, including the Mona Lisa. A new entrance to the museum designed by I.M. Pei was built in the early 80s and serves as a skylight for the main entrance vestibule. What is its iconic shape? That shape is a pyramid. It's a giant glass pyramid. Question number 2. The first Academy Award ceremony was held in 1929 with 15 recipients of the award that is now known as an Oscar. Winning Best Original Song, along with her elder brother in 2022, who was the first person born in the 21st century to win an Oscar? That's good trivia right there. The first person who was born in the 21st century to win an Oscar was Billie Eilish for her James Bond theme. Question number 3. When the human body is in pain or in a state of stress, there are natural neurotransmitters that are released to aid in the reduction of these symptoms. They are sometimes known as nature's morphine. What are they called? Nature's morphine is endorphins. Question number 4. For years, the answer to the question, what is the hottest chili on the planet, was the Carolina Reaper. Its creator, Ed Curry, has now superseded that record with a new creation that scores 2.96 million Scoville units. What has Mr. Curry named this new chili? The new hottest chili in the world is the Pepper X. Question number 5. The Thames River flows through the middle of this city called London. This city has an Oxford Street and a Regent Street, as well as an area known as Hyde Park. But this city has less than 450,000 inhabitants and measures its annual snowfall in feet rather than inches. What country is this London located? The answer is Canada. It's in Ontario. Question number 6. From the 1960s original series through The Next Generation and then into multiple movies, the USS Enterprise has had a primary registration. A letter was added to it after the original series. What is that primary registration number of the Starship Enterprise from the Star Trek media franchise? The answer is the NCC 1701. Question number 7. We have all heard the mantra, divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. It is the quick history of the wives of Henry VIII in 6 little words. He died in January of 1547. How many of his wives outlived him? Of his 6 wives, 2 of them lived longer than he did. Question number 8. In 1941, a German aircraft crashed in Scotland that was flown by a very senior German official. His plan was to convince King George VI to sue for peace. He failed, was arrested, and was imprisoned in the Tower of London. He died in 1987 in Spandau, a prison in the British sector of Berlin. What was his name? He was once the Deputy Führer. His name was Rudolf Hess. Question number 9. Point Nemo, the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, is an area in the Pacific Ocean. It is the furthest point from any inhabited land on Earth, yet occasionally, for just a few minutes, the nearest human being is no more than 250 miles away. How? This one you gotta do some out-of-the-box thinking. That's when the International Space Station passes overhead. That's when the closest humans are there. Question number 10. Born in Switzerland in 1878, I immigrated to the US shortly afterward. I became a motor engineer and was the co-founder of a major US car brand which still bears my name. The Wall Street crash wiped me out financially and I had to become an employed mechanic in the company that I founded. Who am I? The answer is Louis Chevrolet. Question number 11. I have just picked up the newspaper and there, usually on the back page, is the familiar box grid word puzzle with the across and down clues. One across requires a 13-letter noun describing a person that enjoys or is skilled at creating or solving crossword puzzles. What is that word? This 13-letter noun is a cruciverbalist. Question number 12. In the early 90s, scientists watched an extremely rare occurrence happening in the cosmos. A comet entered the solar system and then was ripped apart by gravitational forces. It was then known as the Shoemaker-Levy 9. Which planet did this comet's remnants plunge into? The answer is Jupiter. Question number 13. It is well known that Mount Everest is the highest peak on the planet and a total favorite of all quizzers. But the second highest peak is K2. But lying on the border between Nepal and India, what is the name of the third highest mountain peak on Earth? We almost never get that far down the list. What is the third highest mountain on Earth? The answer is the Kangchenjunga. Question number 14. In the world of multiple births, 5 babies are known as quintuplets and 7 are septuplets. What are 9 babies born to one pregnancy called? Only one set are believed to exist today and they live in Mali, Africa. What do you call it when there's 9 babies born to one pregnancy? They are known as nonuplets. Question 15. During a volcanic eruption, there is a regular occurrence where a very fast cloud of gas and debris moves downslope, traveling at more than 100 miles per hour and reaching temperatures of around 1,000 degrees Celsius. This very dangerous event can be devastating. What is it called? That event is known as the pyroclastic flow. Question number 16. The deepest point on Earth is the Challenger Deep part of the Marianas Trench in the Western Pacific. About 100 miles northwest of the island of Puerto Rico is the deepest point in the Atlantic Ocean. What is it known as? The Challenger Deep is the deepest part of the Pacific. The Milwaukee Deep is the deepest part of the Atlantic. Question number 17. On the northern end of the Westminster Bridge in London, attached to the Palace of Westminster, is a tall tower with 4 clock faces that everyone calls Big Ben. Since the tower is actually the Elizabeth Tower and the clock faces are just clock faces, what part of that tower is actually Big Ben? Big Ben is actually the biggest bell in that tower. The bell is what we're looking for. Question number 18. D-Day 1944 saw Allied forces storming the 5 Normandy beaches. To ensure that these troops had a route away from the beachheads, a small force of British soldiers landed by glider and secured 2 bridges a few miles from the beaches. What is the primary bridge now known as? Named after the emblem of the airborne forces, it is called the Pegasus Bridge. Question number 19. The 4th of July, 1826 was the 50th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. 2 other major events in U.S. history occurred on that day. 2 former U.S. presidents died of natural causes within hours of each other. Who were they? I need both names. Was John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. And question 20. Greek mythology and Roman mythology are a source of great confusion for many of us lowly mortals, trying to figure out which god or goddess belongs to which mythology. Both mythologies have winged messengers, but which messenger belongs to which mythology? I need the Greek and the Roman messenger. The Greek is Hermes and the Roman is Mercury. Question number 1. This beer, best known for its Irish roots, is often mistaken to be a brown color. What is this ruby red beer that gets its color from the roasted barley used to make it and is also the name of a popular book of records? I feel like this is a pretty easy one to start off with. We've never heard of the Budweiser Book of Records, so the answer is obviously Guinness. Question number 2. This actor hails from Kansas City and has had comedic supporting roles in 30 Rock and Bridesmaids, and also dramatic turns in The Town and Baby Driver. Who is this actor most famous for his starring role as Don Draper on Mad Men on AMC? The answer is John Hamm. Question number 3. With fellow alumni like Michael Bloomberg, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Bill Gates, it's no wonder that this brainy athlete scored a 48 out of 50 on the Wonderlic. Which NFL quarterback, nicknamed the Amish Rifle, played 17 seasons in the NFL with 9 different teams? Of course, his favorite of those teams was the Buffalo Bills. The answer is Ryan Fitzpatrick. Question number 4. As Soviet foreign minister, he signed a non-aggression pact with Nazi Germany that Hitler would later break by invading the Soviet Union in 1941. Who is this Soviet politician who has an explosive cocktail named after him? I'm not sure why I said cocktail, so weird. But if you've ever heard of it, you know that the Molotov cocktail is explosive. Vyacheslav Molotov was his name. Question number 5. One of the most impactful naval battles of the Napoleonic Wars, this dramatic clash took place off the Spanish coast and established British naval supremacy. What was this battle that the British would also lend to the name of a city square in central London? The answer is the Battle of Trafalgar. Question number 6. The name of this breed is a little deceptive because it actually originates from Germany. One of the tallest dog breeds in the world. What is this breed that was originally bred to hunt bears, boar, and deer? Although it's from Germany, it's called the Great Dane. Question number 7. Depicted as a badger in a 1973 Disney animated classic, additional versions of this character have been portrayed by Mark Addy, Mel Brooks, and even Porky Pig. Who is this jovial, portly clergyman, a loyal friend to Robin Hood? The answer is Friar Tuck. Question number 8. This New York City borough is located in Kings County, which makes sense that it is next to Queens County. This borough is also home to the most people of the 5, and if it was its own city, it would be the 3rd most populated city in the United States. What is the name of this New York borough? Today's quiz questions all come from Brooklyn, New York. Brooklyn is the answer. Question number 9. One of the only 2 winners of Nickelodeon's Lifetime Achievement Kids' Choice Award and appearing in 7 live-action movies since 2007, what alien robot is voiced by Peter Cullen and is the fearless leader of the Autobots? The answer is Optimus Prime. Question number 10. He played for 3 Major League Baseball teams and was such a prolific hitter that Babe Ruth said he modeled his hitting after him. Banned from the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame, who is this player most associated with the Black Sox scandal of 1918 and who was portrayed by Ray Liotta in Field of Dreams? The answer is Shoeless Joe Jackson. Question 11. One of the biggest rock bands from the turn of the century, who is this American rock band that was formed in 1998 in New York City, headlined by Julian Casablancas, and has albums like Is This It? And Room on Fire, and singles like Last Night and Someday? The answer is The Strokes. Question 12. In sports betting, you can bet on the money line, which is simply betting on who will win. You can also bet on the spread, which handicaps the favorite by how many points they are expected to win by. What is it called when both teams are equally favored with no spread and have equal odds? What do they call that kind of bet? If it's a toss-up like that, they just call it a pick'em bet. Question 13. Born with the last name Bouvier, she later took the last name of Kennedy in her first marriage. Jacqueline would later marry a Greek shipping magnate and take his last name, giving her the nickname Jackie O until her death in 1994. What was the last name of Jacqueline Kennedy's second husband? The answer is Onassis. His name was Aristotle Onassis, I think. Question 14. Famously captured as a boy by pirates and whisked away to a distant island, this man would later allegedly spend his career deporting a certain type of reptile. Who is this bishop who has a holiday in March named after him and is the patron saint of Ireland? One of his most popular stories is about driving the snakes out of Ireland. It is St. Patrick. Question number 15, used to describe a spot where the shoreline extends out to the sea, creating a headland and a consistent long, well-formed waves. What surfing term is also the title of a 1991 action movie directed by Catherine Bigelow that starred Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves? Man, one of the classics. Point Break is the name of that. Question number 16. First given out in 1901, the Nobel Peace Prize has been given to 3 U.S. presidents. The first U.S. president to receive this got it for helping negotiate peace between Russia and Japan. Who was this rough-riding president who received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1906? The answer is Theodore Roosevelt. Question number 17. This college's sports teams were named after the distinctive crimson-colored scarves their crew teams would wear in the 1800s. What is this oldest university in the United States, founded by the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1636? That's where Ryan Fitzpatrick went to school. The answer is Harvard. Question number 18. Home to the largest collection of optical telescopes on the planet and to the Petrified Forest and the Saguaro National Parks. This was the 48th and final state to be added to the continental U.S. What state is it whose capital city shares its name with a mythical bird? That bird is the phoenix. That state is Arizona. Question number 19. Considered to be one of the best electronic music artists of all time, this man rose to prominence in 2011 with the debut of his single Levels. Who is this late Swedish DJ who released hits like Waiting for Love and Wake Me Up, and who tragically passed away in 2018? The answer is Avicii. And question 20. A former member of Britain's national diving team, this man turned to acting after competing in the 1990 Commonwealth Games. What is the name of this hard-boiled action star known for his frequent collaborations with Guy Ritchie, who has credits including Bacon, Turkish, Chevchilios, and Jonas Taylor? Chevchilios was his character in Crank. The answer is Jason Statham. Question number 1. Mr. Owl ate my metal worm. Do geese see God? Or was it a car or a cat I saw? Are all examples of what type of a word, number, or phrase whose sequence of characters reads the same backwards as it does forward? Words, numbers, and sentences that read the same backward as forward are known as palindromes. Alright, question 2 is for those of you who don't like Greek mythology or Harry Potter. In Greek mythology, she is the daughter of Helen of Troy that was betrothed to Orestes. What is this name that is shared with a smart student at Hogwarts who is a friend of Harry Potter? Alright, there's no more Greek mythology or Harry Potter questions this quiz. The answer is Hermione. Question number 3. What is the name of the British mystery writer who is known for her 66 detective novels and 14 short story collections, who also wrote the classics A Haunting in Venice and Death on the Nile, which were both turned into popular films? The answer is Agatha Christie. Question number 4. It can refer to the material itself or the works created from fitting pieces into lead strips and soldering the material together. What is the name of this art technique that is used to make windows, particularly religious ones? Referring to the material itself or the finished product, the term we're looking for is stained glass. Question number 5. In Huckleberry Finn, 2 characters attempt to pass themselves as relatives of the Wilkes family in order to inherit an estate. By what 2 fake titles are these frauds known by? Depending on how old the version is that you're reading, it's either the Duke and the King or the Duke and the Dolphin. Question number 6. Her father, Carson, has a household servant named Mrs. Gruen, and other characters include George Fane, Bess Marvin, and her boyfriend, Ned Nickerson. Who is this female sleuth authored by Carolyn Keene? Her name is Nancy Drew. Question number 7, also called kinetic art. What is the name for the type of sculptures that Alexander Calder made that were characterized by an ability to move by touch or by using air currents? Alexander Calder was famous for making what type of kinetic art? Those structures are called mobiles. They usually hang from the ceiling. Question number 8. What Japanese term, meaning the digits must remain single, describes the popular Latin square puzzles in which the digits 1 through 9 are placed once in each row, column, and square? The term we're looking for is Sudoku. Question number 9. The Bear, the Weber, and the Jordan rivers flow into it, but none of them flow out. Thus, evaporated water leaves behind a very high concentration of sodium chloride. What is the name of this lake located in northwestern Utah? That last part probably gives it away, because the greatest lake in Utah is the Great Salt Lake. Question number 10. What number is common to the heavens of the Quran, the deadly sins of St. Thomas Aquinas, T.E. Lawrence's Pillars of Wisdom, and the number of seals that John of Patmos sees in the book of Revelation? It is the same number for every situation. What is that number? The number we're looking for is 7. Question number 11. In a random survey of people who observed her, she was perceived by 83% to be happy, 9% disgusted, 6% fearful, and 2% angry as determined by her smile. Who is this woman portrayed in a famous Da Vinci painting? Her name is Mona Lisa. Question number 12. Geographically, what term is given to the region 167 miles long and only 34 miles wide in western Oklahoma, suggesting that the shape of the state resembles a cooking item able to be picked up? That skinny part of Oklahoma is referred to as the Panhandle. Question number 13. When something is designated at GMT, it indicates the time is measured by the standard developed by an observatory in what English location through which the prime meridian passes? What does the G in GMT stand for? The answer is Greenwich. Question number 14. According to tradition, she agreed to ride through the streets without clothing if her husband would lift the taxes on the townspeople. Who is this 11th century woman who shares her name with a popular chocolatier? She was very popular with the townspeople. Her name was Lady Godiva. Question number 15. Blameless behavior, courtesy, and respect for women are among the elements of the code. What word is most commonly used to describe the code of honor that the knights had during the Middle Ages? They say it's currently dead, but it wasn't back then. The answer is chivalry. Question number 16. He was the second person to hold the rank of full general after his success in the Civil War. What is the name of this man depicted on the $50 bill who became the U.S. president after that war? Gracing the front of the $50 bill is Ulysses S. Grant. Question number 17. The name of which month of the year is thought to stem from the Latin word that means to open, referring to the opening of the buds on flowers and other spring plants? This one's pretty easy. All you have to do is know the Latin word that means to open, and then pick the month that sounds the most like it. That word is Aperio, or April is the month we're looking for. Question number 18. An iconic folk hero in American, Indigenous, and Canadian popular history, Shawnee Chief Tecumseh died during fighting on the side of the British during which 19th century war? He died while fighting in the War of 1812. Question number 19. What is the title of the 1965 Frank Herbert novel and the 2021 film starring Timothée Chalamet and Zendaya that serves as the informal nickname of the fictional desert planet of Arrakis that is featured in both? Featured in both the movie and the novel. What is the nickname of the fictional desert planet of Arrakis? They call it Dune. And question 20. Examples include limestone, coal, gypsum, and shale. What are these types of rocks that are formed when other rocks are weathered or eroded and soil is redeposited by that weather? Those are all types of sedimentary rock. Sedimentary is the word we're looking for. Question number 1. Located on the former site of the Astor Mansion and the old Waldorf Astoria Hotel, what is the name of the most famous architectural creation of Shreve, Lamb and Harmon, whose top was designed as a mooring mast for dirigibles? Shreve, Lamb and Harmon was the architectural firm that designed the Empire State Building. Question number 2. Its rhyming scheme could be A-B-B-A, A-B-B-A, C-D-E, C-D-E. What is the name for this single stanza 14-line poem written in iambic pentameter of which Shakespeare wrote many? We're looking for the name of that type of poem. Shakespeare was famous for his sonnets. Sonnet is the answer. Question number 3. What is the title of the 1939 John Steinbeck novel that featured Tom Joad and his family, that deals with people moving from the Dust Bowl to California during the Great Depression? John Steinbeck wrote several notable novels. What is the title of this one about Tom Joad and his family? The answer is The Grapes of Wrath. Question number 4. An adult has about 25 trillion. They are formed in bone marrow and are destroyed in the spleen. What are these cells, also called erythrocytes, that are disc-shaped cells transporting oxygen in the body? Made in bone marrow, destroyed in the spleen, the answer is red blood cells. Question number 5. A genetically advanced warrior given Mark 6 armor in the second version of the game, he is also known as Spartan 117, or simply John. What is the most used name for this super soldier who fights against the Covenant in Halo and its sequels? The Halo TV show is in its second season right now. We've been watching a lot of it. The answer is Master Chief. Spartan 117 is the Master Chief. Question number 6. His autobiography has a reversible dust jacket so that it can be disguised as The Luckiest Kids in the World Book 1, The Pony Party, by Lonnie M. Setnick. What is the name of this author of A Series of Unfortunate Events, the pen name of Daniel Handler? It's not actually Lonnie M. Setnick, it is Lemony Snicket. Lemony Snicket's Series of Unfortunate Events. Question number 7. Arranged in decreasing order of size, beefsteak, then medium, then plum, and then cherry, those are 4 of its most basic varieties. What is the name of this common home garden crop? I feel like we've had one similar to this before, and I feel like beefsteak always gives it away. That is the tomato. The big old beefsteak tomatoes. Question number 8. In the Chronicles of Narnia, what type of dessert does Jadis, the White Witch, enchant and give to Edmund so that he will become desperate for more and will be willing to do anything for her? A popular treat around Christmas? The answer is the Turkish delight. Question number 9. The unfortunate resting place of drowned sailors is said to be his locker. Who is this character that, in Pirates of the Caribbean movies, has tentacles for a beard and captains the Flying Dutchman? Descriptions of him vary, but in the Disney Pirates of the Caribbean, he's got the face tentacles. The answer is Davy Jones. It's Davy Jones's locker. Question number 10. It was given a whimsical name in 1937 by Milton Serrata, the young nephew of the American mathematician Edward Kastner. A googol is the number 1 followed by how many zeros? Don't confuse Google with Googleplex. That's a different number. Just the simple googol is the number 1 followed by 100 zeros. Question number 11. The Austrian monk Gregor Mendel introduced the idea of heredity through a series of successful genetic experiments. What common garden plant did Mendel famously use in his studies? I've got the regular name for this garden plant and the scientific name. Bonus points if you get the scientific name. The answer is the Pisum sativum, or the pea, the common garden pea. Question number 12. The second chapter of the Gospel according to John begins with Jesus performing a miracle at Cana during a feast. What transformation did Jesus perform involving 2 different beverages? If you guessed the Coke vs. Pepsi challenge, you're wrong. The answer is that he turned water into wine. Question number 13. In the field of chemistry, what is the adjective that literally translates to water-fearing, that describes molecules that are not polar and therefore do not dissolve in water? I believe it comes from Latin, meaning water-fearing. Water-fearing or hydrophobic. Hydrophobic is the answer. Question number 14. 4 of its members went to junior high together in Los Angeles, and this group toured with the Rolling Stones in 2005. What is the name of this band fronted by Adam Levine with the album Songs About Jane and singles Must Get Out and This Love? Fronted by Adam Levine, the answer is Maroon 5. Question number 15. The Nobel Prize in Physics in 1921 was awarded to what man for his services to theoretical physics and especially for his discovery of the law of the photoelectric effect? This man is known for a lot of things, and the discovery of the photoelectric effect probably isn't at the top of your list. The answer is Albert Einstein. Question number 16. The picture of Dorian Gray was featured in this 2003 film based on an Alan Moore comic book. What was the title of this film that also included characters like the Invisible Man, Tom Sawyer, and Captain Nemo? This is one of Abby's favorite movies growing up, I think just because she liked the actor Shane West. The answer is The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Question number 17. The United States, United Kingdom, Soviet Union, and China were known as the Big Four during the Second World War. Joseph Stalin and Chiang Kai-shek led the Soviet Union and China, and what two men led the US and the UK? The answer is Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill. Question number 18. If you were to take two toy pyramids with square bases and join them so the bases are glued together, what term describes the resulting polyhedron that has 8 faces? You should be able to work this one out if you know your Latin. If it has 8 faces, it is an octahedron. Question number 19. George, Elaine, Kramer, and Jerry end up in a Massachusetts jail after having broken a Good Samaritan law in the 1998 final episode of what American sitcom television series that was created by Larry David? The answer is Seinfeld. And question 20. A condition where the membrane swells against the eye's cornea, the acute form of conjunctivitis, is commonly known as what colorful condition that is highly contagious, so students who catch it are often immediately sent home? When you call it a colorful condition, it almost sounds fun, but it's not. The answer is pink eye. Pink eye is no joke. This national rail operator connects the country in safer and greener ways. What is the name of this American railway system that has 21,000 route miles in 46 states, Washington, D.C., and 3 Canadian provinces, and operates more than 300 trains each day to more than 500 destinations? The good thing in America is there's not a lot of choices, so if you're looking for a national rail operator, Amtrak is a pretty good guess. Question number 2. Known as a distinguishing characteristic or trait, this word also refers to a design placed or stamped onto something to indicate its origin or purity. It is also the name of a popular television network known for its Christmas movies. What is this word? The answer is Hallmark. Question number 3. Experimenting in 1927, Edwin Perkins from Hastings, Nebraska, discovered a way to remove the liquid from fruit smack, leaving only the powder. In 1931, he moved production of his invention to Chicago, and then in 1953 sold it to General Foods. What is the name of this drink, Nebraska's official soft drink? The state of Nebraska's official soft drink is Kool-Aid. Question number 4, originally named the Clock Tower and then changed to the Elizabeth Tower to commemorate the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Elizabeth II. This tower was built as part of the new Palace of Westminster after the old palace was destroyed by fire in 1834. What is the nickname of this well-known landmark? Most people just call the whole thing Big Ben. Question number 5. This American romance novelist, screenwriter, and film producer has published 23 best-selling novels and 2 nonfiction works. 11 of his novels, as of right now, have been adapted into feature films such as Message in a Bottle, A Walk to Remember, and The Notebook. Who is this popular author? The answer is Nicholas Sparks. Question number 6, debuting on Broadway in 1943, this musical, based on the South, has been continually revived and performed in theaters across the world. From 1946 until 1961, it topped the list as the longest-running show of all time. What is the name of this musical? It was the longest-running show until My Fair Lady topped it. The answer is Oklahoma. Question number 7. This English singer, drummer, songwriter, and record producer was born in Chiswick, London in 1951. He was the drummer and later lead singer of the rock band Genesis. As a solo performer between 1982 and 1990, he achieved 3 UK and 7 US #1 singles. Who is he? The answer is Phil Collins. Question number 8. Sometimes called the Little Niagara or the Niagara of the South, these falls are located on a river in southeast Kentucky. Measuring approximately 68 feet tall and 125 feet wide, it's the only location in the Western Hemisphere where moonbows are known to appear regularly. What is the name of this waterfall? The answer is the Cumberland Falls. Question number 9. Originally called the Jackson, this snack cracker was developed by the Jackson Cracker Company of Jackson, Michigan in the early 1900s. Nabisco bought out the company in 1919 and in 1934 changed the name of the cracker to what we all know it as today. What is the name of this cracker? Formerly called the Jackson, now we call it the Ritz cracker. Question number 10. This billionaire businessman and fashion designer was born in 1939 in the Bronx. In 1967, he launched a neckwear tie under the name Polo. By 1968, he'd launched his first full menswear collection. In 1970, he opened his first shop in Bloomingdale's. Today, what man is a global leader in the fashion industry? The answer is Ralph Lauren. Question number 11. This receptacle shaped like a cone or a horn is used as a decorative symbol of abundance. Overflowing with fruits and vegetables, it is often associated with Thanksgiving. Also called the Horn of Plenty, what is the name of this popular fall decoration? The answer is the cornucopia. Question number 12. This 1962 environmental science book by Rachel Carson documented the environmental harm caused by the indiscriminate use of pesticides. What is this book that was met with fierce opposition by chemical companies, but swayed public opinion and led to a nationwide ban on DDT for agricultural uses? The name of that book is called Silent Spring. Question number 13. This astrological chart name comes from the Greek word meaning circle of animals. It is an imaginary band in the heavens that encompasses the apparent paths of all the planets and is divided into 12 constellations. What is the name of this chart? The answer is the zodiac. Question number 14. Albert Einstein, Leonardo da Vinci, Steven Spielberg, Henry Winkler, Walt Disney, and Cher all suffered from this learning disorder that involves the difficulty of reading due to problems identifying speech sounds and learning how they relate to letters and words. What is the name of this reading disability? The answer is dyslexia. Question number 15. Developed in France in the 19th century, this art movement is based on painting in the outdoors and spontaneously rather than in a studio from sketches. Main subjects were landscapes and scenes from everyday life. What is this art movement that was practiced by Monet and Van Gogh? The answer is Impressionism. Question 16. Daniel Day-Lewis has won 3 Oscars for Best Actor, the most in this category. He won in 1990 for My Left Foot, in 2008 for There Will Be Blood, and in 2013 for what biographical historical drama? The answer is Lincoln. Question number 17. I was born in 1958 in Seminole, Texas. I'm an American country music singer and a songwriter who had my first hit at the age of 13. Some of my hits include Strong Enough to Bend, Two Sparrows in a Hurricane, What's Your Mama's Name, and Delta Dawn. Who am I? My name is Tanya Tucker. Question number 18. This E.B. White novel, published in 1952, tells the story of a pig named Wilbur and his friendship with a barn spider. When Wilbur is in danger of being slaughtered, the spider writes messages of praise about him in her web to persuade the farmer to let him live. What is the name of this children's classic? The answer is Charlotte's Web. Question number 19. In 1998, this Reform Party candidate was elected as the 38th governor of Minnesota. After achieving fame as a pro wrestler in the World Wrestling Federation, he then served as governor of the state from 1999 to 2003. What is his name? The answer is Jesse the Body Ventura, or just Jesse Ventura. And question 20. Working as a typist in 1956, Betty Naismith Graham made many mistakes and was always trying to figure out a way to correct them. Working in her kitchen, she invented the first correction fluid. What is the name of this product that she initially named Mistake Out? We know that as liquid paper. Keep Christmas and winter in the front of your minds when you're answering. Question number 1. This star of a German fairy tale was originally named Sneewittchen, an innocent girl with a jealous stepmother who tries various means of eliminating her. In 1937, she was the heroine of Walt Disney's first animated feature film. Who is this girl who works with a smile and a song, waiting for her prince? Sneewittchen is Snow White. Question number 2. Best to be bundled up when performing this activity. Although it's easy enough for small children to do, it can get chilly. First, find a patch of soft, fresh snow, fall backwards with your arms outstretched, and then do horizontal jumping jacks. The heavenly impression in the cold white stuff is called what? You know what we're talking about. That's how you make a snow angel. Question number 3. This Animal Farm character is a natural leader and dedicated to improving things on the farm for the other animals. This is not appreciated by Napoleon, who wants to be the supreme leader and has his trained dogs chase off the other pig from the farm. What is this noble white swine's name? The answer is Snowball. Question number 4. This aromatic evergreen perennial grows in semi-shady conditions and requires cool summers. The leaves and red berries are edible and have a pleasant flavor that is used in tea, candy, chewing gum, and medicine. It is also an important winter food for birds and other animals. What is the name of this hardy plant? This aromatic evergreen perennial is called wintergreen. Question number 5. This song began life as the B-side of Play That Funky Music White Boy by Wild Cherry, but became popular on its own. The singer sampled the catchy bass line of Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie, but did not credit them until he was taken to court. What is this song by the rapper Vanilla Ice? The answer is Ice Ice Baby. Question number 6. Since 1927, Santa Claus's official hometown has been the Santa Claus Village, found in the town of Rovaniemi in Lapland. Located on the Arctic Circle, the popular tourist destination has a Santa, a snowmobile museum, the Northern Lights, and forests of Christmas trees. In what country is the Santa Claus Village? It's not Iceland. The answer is Finland. Question number 7. One of the first flowers to bloom in early spring, often poking up through the snow, this plant has been known for centuries as the flower of hope. Though domestic bulbs and seeds are available, it is illegal to collect these endangered plants in the wild. What are these white violets known as today? Remember, they have a wintry name to them. The answer is snowdrops. Question number 8. The National Weather Service describes this winter hazard as patchy, clear, and not easily seen, especially on the dark surface of roadways. Drivers are most likely to encounter it in the early morning after snow that has begun to melt during the day refreezes as temperatures drop. What is it called? This little winter road hazard is known as black ice. Question number 9. This North American lagomorph gets its name from its large hind feet, which, like the specialized footwear that humans use, keep it from sinking into the deep snow. The long-eared critter lives in Canada, Alaska, and northern Minnesota, so its fur turns white in the winter for camouflage. What is it called? The answer is a snowshoe hare. Question number 10. Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels starred in Dumb and Dumber, where two buddies make a cross-country trip to return a briefcase left at the airport where one of them works as a limo driver. Well-intentioned but dim-witted, they accidentally get mixed up in a kidnapping. What is Carrey's character's name? First and last. Perfect for this time of year. Jim Carrey's character was Lloyd Christmas. Question number 11. This popular Dairy Queen treat, introduced in 1985, blends their soft serve with ingredients like syrup or pieces of candy, cookies, or fruit. Today, they are found in every state but Vermont, which has no DQ because the residents there prefer their native Ben & Jerry's. But what is the name of this DQ treat? That is known as the DQ Blizzard. Question number 12. Though he was born in London, he perfectly portrayed a California slacker as Bill besides Keanu Reeves' Ted in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. He also played a vampire with Corey Haim and Kiefer Sutherland in The Lost Boys, and directed several documentaries. What is his name? Probably most famous for playing Bill S. Preston Esquire, his name is Alex Winter. Question number 13. Black hellebore, native to Eurasia, is an evergreen perennial plant of the buttercup family and beloved by gardeners because it blooms in the winter. Some cultivars have black flowers, but they are usually white. Because the blooms appear in December and resemble the flowers of sweetbriar, it is called a what? What's that plant called? That is known as the Christmas rose. Question number 14. In the northern hemisphere, this usually happens on December 21st or 22nd when the North Pole is at its greatest tilt away from the sun. This date marks the longest night and the shortest day of the year, although days will begin to lengthen again right afterwards. What is this day? What do we call it? That is known as the winter solstice. Question number 15. In Sanskrit, this great mountain range is named the Abode of Snow. It has famously high and dangerous mountains like Killer Mountain, Nanga Parbat, and deadly Annapurna, with a 32% fatality rate. Many of its peaks are sacred to Hindus and Buddhists and are off limits to climbers. What is the name of this range? The Abode of Snow is the Himalayas. Question number 16. This jolly, happy soul first appeared in a 3-minute animated short in 1950. He later starred in a 1969 animated Christmas TV special narrated by Jimmy Durant, in which children build a snowman, placed an old hat on its head, and Frosty comes to life. What is this friendly snowman's pipe made out of? Frosty had a corncob pipe. Question number 17. ICE is charged with protecting the U.S. from cross-border crime and illegal immigration that threatens national or public safety. For instance, in 2020, 90% of the aliens apprehended had convictions or charges for serious crimes like homicide, drug or human trafficking, and kidnapping. What does the acronym ICE stand for? ICE stands for the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Question number 18. In 1914, Ernest Shackleton and a crew of 27 men set sail for Antarctica on a 3-masted barkentine. Sadly, the ship became trapped in ice and sank in the Weddell Sea off the frigid continent. All of the men survived, but the ship's cat and all but 2 of the sled dogs did not. What was the name of this ship? That is the sad story of the Endurance. Question number 19. At normal atmospheric pressure, this compound does not have a liquid state. Instead, it undergoes sublimation, transitioning directly into a gas without leaving a puddle. Often used to transport cold items and to simulate fog for plays and Halloween displays, frozen CO2 is commonly known as what? We've already had black ice, now we have dry ice. And question 20. These small dark chocolate candies covered with white nonpareils are usually sold in little boxes at movie theater concession stands. Like Goobers and Raisinets, in whose company they are often seen, they were created 100 years ago by the Blumenthal Chocolate Company. What is the name of these sweet morsels? I haven't had one of these in a long time. The answer is snow caps. There is a theme. The answer to every question will be a United States city. You can give me the city or the city and the state, but keep that in mind as you're answering questions today. Question number 1. In what city's famed winter carnival are the festivities kicked off by the triumph of King Boreas over the villainous Vulcanus Rex? The city we're looking for there is St. Paul, Minnesota. Question number 2. Perhaps the second most recognizable house in the United States, after the White House, is the Carson Mansion. In what city would you find the Carson Mansion? The answer is Eureka, California. I'll give you 50% credit if you just get the right state. How about that? Question number 3. The shipyards of what U.S. city are where nearly all U.S. Navy aircraft carriers since World War II have been built? The shipyards of what U.S. city? The answer is Newport News, Virginia. If you start in the nation's capital, there are only 2 state capitals that cannot be reached solely by automobile. One, obviously, is Honolulu, Hawaii. What is the other? The answer is Juneau, Alaska. You have to take the ferry to get to Juneau. Question number 5. What is generally considered to be the oldest continuously inhabited European established city in the United States? Remember, I'm giving half credit if you just get the state right. It's down in Florida. The answer is St. Augustine. Question number 6. In what U.S. city did delegates from 50 countries meet to form the United Nations in 1945? The answer is San Francisco, California. Question number 7. President William McKinley was assassinated in 1901 while attending the World's Fair. It was actually called the Pan American Exposition. In what U.S. city? The answer is Buffalo, New York. Question number 8. The Alamo is a very famous mission that was turned into a fort. In what U.S. city would you find it? The answer is San Antonio, Texas. Question number 9. The Wright brothers flew their first airplane at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. But in what city did they live and build that airplane? The Wright brothers are from Dayton, Ohio. Question number 10. What is the only U.S. city that owns its professional football sports team? There's a couple of cities that own pro sports teams, but in the NFL, the only one that owns it is Green Bay, Wisconsin. Question number 11. What is the northernmost state capital in the contiguous 48 states? So don't count Juneau. In the contiguous 48 states, what is the northernmost state capital? Located at 47 degrees north latitude, Olympia, Washington is the answer. Question number 12. The world's largest outdoor pipe organ has been basically in continuous use since 1915. To which U.S. city would one go to hear it? The answer is San Diego, California. Question number 13, biggest in the U.S. and 16th biggest in the world. What U.S. city's seaport handles the greatest tonnage of cargo per year? So it's the biggest in the U.S., 16th biggest in the world. The most tonnage of cargo per year goes through Houston, Texas. Question number 14. What is the smallest state capital by population, which has only about 8,000 people? The smallest state capital is Montpelier, Vermont. Question number 15. What is the largest state capital by population, which has about 200 times as many people as the smallest? The most populated state capital is Phoenix, Arizona. Question number 16. There have been many jokes about who is buried in Grant's tomb. But in what city would you find the tomb of General and President Ulysses S. Grant? Regardless of who's buried there, it is located in New York City, New York. Question number 17. If you start in the central business district or the downtown of this major city in the contiguous U.S. and drive south, you will wind up in Canada. What city is it? You can do that in Detroit, Michigan. Question number 18. The longest running radio show, having made over 5,100 weekly broadcasts over the past 98 years, is the Grand Ole Opry. From what city is it broadcast? The Grand Ole Opry broadcasts out of Nashville, Tennessee. Question number 19. Near what city, known both as the Crescent City and the Big Easy, was the final battle of the War of 1812 fought 2 weeks after the war had formally ended? The answer is New Orleans, Louisiana. And question 20. In what city, on December 2nd, 1942, did a team led by physicist Enrico Fermi start the first atomic reactor? That city was Chicago, Illinois. Question number 1. His books focus on Jack Ryan, who rises from CIA analyst to become the U.S. president. The video games Ghost Recon and Rainbow Six are by his company. What is the name of this author of The Hunt for Red October and Op Center? The answer is Tom Clancy. Question number 2. Its chemical formula is FeS2. Technically, it's called iron sulfide or iron pyrites. It is shiny yellow and it occurs abundantly as a native ore. In popular terms, what is this common sulfide mineral called? If you find it, you might think you got lucky, but actually it's just fool's gold. Looks like gold, not gold. Question number 3. Engelbert Humperdinck composed an opera about which two small children from a story by the Brothers Grimm in which the children foil the plans of a witch who wanted to eat them? What is the name of those two children, which is also the name of the opera, by Engelbert Humperdinck? The answer is Hansel and Gretel. Question number 4. Located in Washington, D.C., what is the full name of the structure that was erected in 1982 to commemorate the loss of 58,000 American lives between the years of 1959 and 1975? That is called the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. Question number 5. The emission type emits its own light, such as the Great One in Orion. The dark type obscures starlight behind it, as observed with the Horsehead One. The planetary type results from a supernova, such as the Crab One. What are these collections of gas in space called? The Crab, the Great One, the Horsehead One, they are all nebulas. Question number 6. Typically caused by an eye injury or from years of exposure to too much sunlight, what medical condition involves an opaqueness or clouding of the patient's eye lens? What is that called when a patient's eye lens gets cloudy? The answer is a cataract. Question number 7. His picture hangs in Tiananmen Square, and he served as the chairman of the Chinese Communist Party from the establishment of the PRC in 1949 until his death in 1976. Who is this Chinese chairman? The answer is Mao Zedong, or Chairman Mao. Question number 8. Established in 1209 by a group of scholars leaving the University of Oxford due to political conflicts, what is the name of the esteemed university that is the second oldest center for higher education in England? They left the University of Oxford and they created the University of Cambridge. Question number 9. The main division of Canada is, of course, provinces, while the former USSR was divided into republics. What are the names for the primary divisions of the country of Germany? Canada is divided into provinces, the USSR was into republics, and Germany is divided into states. Question number 10. In Albert Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared, the E stands for energy while the m stands for mass. What does the constant c represent? That is something that is approximately 186,000 miles per second. The answer is the speed of light. Question number 11. In 1814, after the British burned America's Capitol building and the Library of Congress, what man's collection of books became the foundation for the present-day Library of Congress? The man who donated all of his books was Thomas Jefferson. Question number 12. Common to boxers, rugby players, and wrestlers, what is the condition called when blunt trauma or other injury causes a blood clot in the ear that causes the outer ear to swell and become deformed? The answer is cauliflower ear. Question number 13. The Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Suez surround the Sinai one. What is this geographical term for a region that is surrounded by water on three sides, such as the state of Florida? The answer is a peninsula. Question number 14. He was the fifth batter of the ninth inning. Cooney and Burroughs were out, but Flynn and Blake got hits, causing the crowd to hope their hero could save the day. Who is this man who struck out, causing Mudville to lose the game in an Ernest Thayer poem? That poem is called Casey at the Bat. His name was Casey. Question number 15. The ACA is the American Association of what kind of doctor that specializes in pain reduction and health maintenance through manipulations of the spinal cord and other joints in the human body? The ACA, the American Association of what kind of doctor? The answer is chiropractors. Question number 16. These objects may be detected because gas falling towards them becomes so hot that it emits X-rays. What is the name of this object thought to form from the collapse of stars whose gravity is so great that nothing can escape from it? The answer is a black hole. Question number 17, set in both London, England and in Paris, France. In which Charles Dickens work does Madame Defarge knit while enemies of the French Revolution are executed? This should be a pretty easy one if you consider that it is set in both London, England and in Paris, France. It's like a gimme. It's A Tale of Two Cities. Question number 18. She postponed her execution by telling her husband Shahryar a story each night, but then saving its climax until the following day. Who is this woman of Arabian Nights who told 1,001 tales? Her name was Scheherazade. Question number 19. A sociological term from Tonga meaning forbidden. It describes a practice which is prohibited in a society. What is this term that is also a board game in which certain words are not allowed to be said? That term is taboo. Question number 20. Although the design wasn't adopted until 1968, what are the two animals that are featured on the national flag of Mexico that symbolize the centuries-old origins of the country's Aztec heritage? Those two animals are the eagle and the snake. Question number 1. Michael Joseph Blassie, who died in the Vietnam War, was identified through DNA testing in 1986 and reinterred after having been buried in what specific location for the previous 26 years? He was originally buried in the tomb of the unknown soldier. Question number 2. The Kellogg's Company uses cartoon mascots to promote their cereals. Tony the Tiger and Newton the Owl are two of them. What is the name of the rooster who appeared on the Corn Flakes box? The answer is Cornelius. Question number 3. Mr. Potato Head was first sold in 1952 for a cost of 98 cents. The kit contained nearly 30 features that a child could stick into any vegetable or fruit. In 1964, more than 1 million sets were sold. What prompted this huge surge in sales? There's a couple of different ways you could say this, but as long as you say something about it being the first toy advertised on TV, I will count it. Question number 4. This singer-songwriter was born in March of 1939. His music career began in 1951 and he was a founding member of The Tokens and later went out on his own, selling millions of records like Oh Carol, Calendar Girl, and Happy Birthday Sweet 16. Who is this 50s and 60s teen idol? The answer is Neil Sedaka. Question number 5. It is the only word in the English language with 3 consecutive sets of double letters. What is this word that defines a person whose job is to keep records of the financial affairs of a business? The word is the only word in the English language with 3 sets of double letters. Those letters are O-O, K-K, and E-E. The answer is a bookkeeper. Question number 6. A lot of us find pyramids as amazing man-made structures for the purpose of royal burials. The most well-known is the Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. But Egypt isn't the country with the most pyramids. Can you name the country that has the most? The answer is Sudan. Question number 7. In 1853, a chef in Saratoga Springs, New York was irritated by a customer who kept sending back his tubers. So, by the third batch, he made the batch as thin as he could and cooked them to a crisp. But instead of irritating the customer loved them. What delicious snack had George Crumb invented? Now, this is one of several origin stories of the potato chip. Which one is correct, we'll never know. Question number 8. This word was first used in print in 1726 by Jonathan Swift in the book titled Gulliver's Travels. Synonyms are airhead, lunkhead, Nimrod, and yo-yo. It can also be used as an interjection, but mostly today we use it as a search engine. What is this word? The answer is Ask Jeeves. Oh, nope, it's Yahoo. Yahoo is the answer. Question number 9. This bite-sized treat was originally, and still is, produced and marketed in Atlantic City, New Jersey since the late 19th century. It became popular as a souvenir around 1886. Once pulled by hand in front of tourists on the boardwalk, it is now manufactured by machines. What is this sweet souvenir? You gotta get some when you go on the boardwalk. The answer is saltwater taffy. Question number 10. Men began wearing these in the early 1900s and they were originally made for the military. The iconic version, called the tank, is said to be instantly recognizable and was first presented to General John Pershing. What is this indispensable item of military equipment designed by Louis Cartier? The tank is a type of wristwatch. Wristwatches is the answer. Question number 11. On March 4th, 1849, James Polk's official term as president ended. But because of a curious situation, the United States was without a president for one day. What was this curious situation that caused Zachary Taylor to not be sworn in until the next day, March 5th, 1849? So, Polk's term ended on Sunday morning, and because it was Sunday, Zachary Taylor wouldn't swear in until Monday. Question number 12. Robert Plath was a Northwest Airlines pilot and an at-home tinkerer. In 1987, he invented something to make his life easier. He attached 2 wheels and a long handle to a suitcase. Plath left Northwest Airlines a few years later to start his own company. What was the name of that company? They were basically the trailblazers of the rolling suitcase industry. The answer is Travel Pro. Question number 13. Fingerprints are ours alone, with us from before we are even born. Their uniqueness never changes. Even though doing tactical work may damage them, left alone the skin regenerates quickly. Surprisingly, there are only a few non-human animals with fingerprints. Can you name one of them? The one we hear about the most often is a koala, but gorillas and chimpanzees also have them. Question 14. While doing the work for this quiz, it occurred to me that it requires deep thought sometimes. I was reminded of a time in the 1990s when Saturday Night Live would run a segment called Deep Thoughts. The man behind this segment is a humorist and an author. Can you recall his name? It was Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy. Question 15. These salted treats come in rod, nugget, and twisted. Can be enjoyed hard or soft, dipped in mustard, or smothered with cheese. Believed to be first introduced around 610 AD, they were used in wedding ceremonies. We may have adopted the saying tying the knot because of that. What is this snack? The answer is a pretzel. Question 16. This probably happens to everyone at one time or another. Although it usually isn't painful, it can be loud, annoying, and embarrassing. The medical term for it is borborygmi. What is it? Borborygmi. Not painful, but can be loud, annoying, and embarrassing. Borborygmi is known as stomach growling. If you said anything like that, stomach growling, bubbling, whatever, we'll count it. Question 17. A phobia is an irrational fear, usually of an object or of a living thing. Some, however, occur as a response to something that cannot cause real harm. One rare fear, called xanthophobia, may cause the sufferer to avoid things like school buses or flowers. What are people with xanthophobia afraid of? People with xanthophobia are afraid of the color yellow. Question 18. Mark Twain is credited with publishing 15 novels, 32 short stories, 19 collections, and 17 essays. His most famous book is The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. But what was his profession before becoming an author? He had a few jobs, but the most common one is the printer's apprentice. He was also a riverboat pilot, though, so if you said either of those, we'll count it. Question number 19. This item may have been used as far back as 1500, and a Romanian inventor received a French patent for his design using a large swan quill in 1827. Lewis Waterman modernized this device in 1884 and is credited with its capillary action that makes it neat and convenient to use today. What is it? The answer is a pen, specifically a fountain pen. Question number 20. Completed in 1884, and to this day it remains the world's tallest masonry structure. Sightseers can ride an elevator to the top to view the surrounding city. There is a stairway, but because of risks and previous bad behavior, it's not open to the public. What is this DC structure with 896 steps to the top? The answer is the Washington Monument.